More playoff action yesterday. To that in a moment. It seems like Kevin Adams will be staying on as the team's general manager. The tweet from Andrew Peters and Craig Rivet yesterday indicates that after multiple days of presenting to Terry Pegula, Kevin Adams will be the Sabres GM in 2025-26. Not a big surprise there. Last night in the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Hurricanes win in overtime. Jacob Slavin, shot from the point, wins it for Carolina. The Capitals had 14 shots on goal through overtime, so Carolina maybe deserved that one. The Oilers come back from 2 goals down to beat Vegas by a 4-2 final. Mark Stone opened the scoring with 2 goals. Oilers scored 4 unanswered to win Game 1 in Vegas. On the NBA side of things, the Cavaliers, with one of the biggest collapses in the playoffs, they were up 7 with 55 seconds to go. The Pacers win it with a late Tyrese Halliburton three-pointer, 1 second remaining to go up 1, and the Pacers take a 2-0 series lead, winning both games in Cleveland. The Warriors get past the Timberwolves in Game 1, but they did lose Steph Curry to a hamstring injury in the second quarter, and he did not return, so he'll be worth monitoring in the coming days. Tonight in the playoffs, on the hockey side of things, 7 o'clock for Game 2, Panthers and Maple Leafs. Sam Bennett receiving no supplementary discipline from the league for his hit on Anthony Stolarz. Stars and Jets will be at 9:30 tonight. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hey, everybody. It's nice outside. Going to be nice today. Not that warm. 52.
I saw 60s.
Right now it's 52.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. High
Yes.
65. I'm in shorts already. I've made the transition. I'm ready. I do find this time of year is an impatient time of year because I want it to get a little bit warmer, a little bit faster.
Yeah, and you might be rushing the shorts a
little bit. Yesterday was beautiful. Did some yard work yesterday. Cleaned the garage.
Me too.
That's how you know it's a nice day.
Yeah.
You're willing to put all of your things in a garage outside while you get in there and you sweep.
Yeah.
Arrange things. It'll be clean for about a day. And then the kids will, throw every bike and thing everywhere. So for one day, I took pictures. I should get a picture of my clean garage and put it on my wall in my bedroom so I can look at it.
Put it on your refrigerator.
Yes.
I did mow the lawn yesterday, and it was one of those mows where the grass is like over your knees, so you have to change the bag out like 3 times. And for me, that's a very small yard, these Kenmore North Buffalo houses, and it still took like 3 goes at it, like replacing it, because there was so much grass.
Do you have to bag it? Are you supposed to bag it?
I don't think you have to, but I thought... In fact, a lot of times I won't because our yard's not that big. But
if it's long, you probably should because
it was
otherwise...
so long. I'm like, there's going to be so much grass on the yard. I'm like, I probably should.
Yeah, otherwise it looks like you have hay on your yard as it just dries out and dies.
That's what it would have looked like for sure. Yeah. Also, there are spots in our front yard where I really feel like an adult where you're just like standing over your yard. Like, and just looking at, we're planting some grass and, like, just investigating how much it's growing and, like, that's real adulthood.
Yes.
When you're just staring out over your yard. Like, if someone looked out right at that point in time, I would have just been, like, marching around the yard, just looking, not doing anything.
Do you guys know there's ways to mow your lawn where the grass won't clump up like that?
What do you mean?
Like, other than bagging it?
Yeah. If you...
No.
Wait, do you have push mowers or, like...
Push.
Oh, that might make a difference.
Oh, I get, yeah, no. Because, like, far too small for a riding mower.
But if you have a riding mower and you do, like, your 2 passes around the outside edge, and then you split it down the middle, like, you drive to, like, the middle of your yard and do a line down the middle, and then blow the grass to the outside, just in, like, a big circle, rather than, like, striping or anything like that, it'll spread the grass out.
And kind of, like, act like some sort of...
Isn't that kind of like a Zamboni?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. It just disperses the grass. Like, it just pushes it all to the outside, and it spreads it out. There'll be maybe thick spots, but
Okay.
won't be as much.
Lawnmower radio here for a moment. So I got an electric lawnmower last year, small one. The best thing about the electric mower is just that it's super easy. It's like using a drill. You charge a battery and then you use it.
That's what I got.
Yeah, and we have a small yard. I can mow the lawn in 9 minutes.
Same. Oh yeah.
Very small. The one thing about it though is because it's such a small yard and I got the electric, you can buy them and they're small machines. Right? They're pretty narrow.
Yeah.
And when I was buying it last year, I'm thinking, for $30 more, I can get one bigger size or even bigger than that. And every time I mow it, I think I should have spent the $30 for the extra
$30
for the 2 inches. For a lifetime of 2 more inches.
It's like 6 coffees.
Right. I should have just done that because now the mower I have, the electric mower, how wide is it? It's not quite a foot wide. It might be 2 feet wide or it's small. And I just always every time
I'm $30.
Right. Past me
$30
should have thought and thought, hey,
Yeah.
future you is going to want to do 2 less passes and not look at this stupid electric mower every time and think should have spent the $30 on the one size up.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it every time. Like, here we go again.
And you can't go back.
No,
Like once you bought it, that's over.
Oh yeah, I'm 2 years into this electric mower, which, hey, whatever, does the job. It's easy. Feels like it's got fewer moving parts.
The lesson in life there is maybe just spend the extra $30.
You get what you pay for.
On a multi-year purchase, right? Like anything that you're going to own you plan to own for multiple years. $30 for the next level up.
I know I should have just done it.
Or get the Roomba mower, the electric ones that run themselves. They map out your yard and then they just mow the lawn.
But I like to mow the lawn.
Well, yeah, but that's just another thing.
I
If you guys
find
have a
You
small
like
lawn.
to mow the lawn, or
Yeah.
like you're okay with you would never go out and mow the lawn when it didn't need to be mowed just because you felt like doing it.
Well, that would be dumb because the goal is to actually do something outside. Put that Twitter poll up. Do you like to mow the lawn? I do. I wish I had a bigger lawn to mow. And then there's going to be a diminishing returns. If you told me I had to mow 28 acres, that might be different. But
Well, you'd have the riding mower then.
sure,
I think.
in which case I might like that.
Yeah.
My experience mowing lawns, working on golf courses, on riding mowers, you want to have a good time, get yourself on a fairway mower and go out and mow some fairways. That is a good time.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever in my life even sat on, let alone driven a riding mower. Yeah. Never.
So it's like a go-kart.
What?
Only push mowers.
That's man.
You're missing out.
That's like when you
it's-
listen to all your podcasts and everything. Like,
That's not
just-
it's not really an
throw 'em on and go.
experience where like you could just do it though. Like just knock on a neighbor's door and be like, "Hey, you have a riding? Can I mow your lawn today?" Maybe they would say yes. Or if they're like you and they like riding the mower, they're like,
Yes.
"No, beat it. I'm mowing the lawn."
I saw somebody yesterday posting they were looking for motivation to mow their lawn, and I thought about an app like Tinder or Hinge that would match people that want to mow a lawn with a lawn. Sometimes I'll be driving and I'll see just a lawn or a median, and I'll think, I'd really like to get after that.
Yeah.
I would spend my time and go mow that if it felt like it was something that I could do.
There are probably a couple, but there are social media accounts where the whole bit that they've got popular off is they'll just drive around and they'll see a lawn that looks like it hasn't been touched in 2 years, and they'll knock on the door like, "Hey, can I take care of your lawn for free and clean it all up for free?" Because they're doing it for the media, the clicks.
Are you aware?
You can do that. Start a social media channel. You just drive around Buffalo and you find a yard that needs cutting, and you knock on the door and say, I'm gonna cut your lawn for you.
Here's how I know that enjoying the mowing of the lawn is not weird. Because there are video games. Are you aware of the lawn mowing simulator game?
Yes, but I don't believe anyone's ever purchased that.
It's got 3.75 stars at the PlayStation Store, the lawnmower video game. Now, I've never done that.
The lawnmower simulator game.
You know what? Let me take a look at it.
There's a goat simulator too, I think.
Let me watch the trailer here.
The trailer.
I have this game actually.
Lawn mowing simulator?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yes. And
You have it?
is it great?
Oh, it's great. Yeah, it's a little clunky sometimes, but once you get the hang of it, it's pretty good.
How often do you play it?
Every once in a while, in the wintertime usually.
See? He wants to
In
scratch
the winter
itch.
time.
Do you now? Let me ask you this: Is it where you kind of like level up and you get to outfit your mower with better things? Oh man, maybe I do.
The more lawns you do, the more money you make, and the better mowers you can buy.
You know what? This game is $20. I think I might have found why I didn't.
$20.
It's why I didn't spend the $30 on the bigger mower. Now I can get the game for the same price, and I can do more mowing.
Right. You saved $30 on the real mower so you could buy the lawnmower simulator game.
I mean, look at this. I'm watching the trailer. You can mow the grounds at a castle. Who doesn't want to do this?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Some of the reviews are funny. Who cares about shooters, RPGs? We've transcended. We're mowing lawns now. All right, we'll put that Twitter poll up and put the poll up in the chat. Do you like to mow the lawn?
Uh-huh.
It's going to win yes, right?
And I can't believe that more people are saying yes than no. At the moment, it's 70% yes and 30% no.
75-25. I would expect it to win. Yeah. I'm trying to think of. I learned to mow the lawn maybe when I was 10. I've told this story on the air before. My mom made me wear goggles.
Goggles?
Yeah, because she's afraid that this is the kind of mom.
Grass was going to shoot up in your eyes?
No, like a stone or a wood chip or a mulch was going to fly out of the mower and hit me in the eyes. She made me wear goggles.
It's a good idea. I've had a stone hit me in the face many times.
She worried about those kind of things, and she was always very much on those. So, yeah, since I've been 10, and back when I was a kid, we had a decent-sized lawn to mow. That would take me an hour and 20 minutes, just not on a rider, just walking and pushing the whole thing. We had a good-sized lawn.
Yeah.
So as soon as she taught me how to do that, I probably didn't like it when I was 10, but it didn't take long to enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
Nice, lush grass. Done some greens mowing as a former greenskeeper.
Greens mowing.
Yeah. You want some pride in your work? Go mow a green at a nice course. I worked at CCB for 2 summers mowing greens.
Yeah. How easy is that?
To mow greens?
It's not hard to mess up?
Oh, it's not hard to mess it up.
Yeah.
Because if you go off by 2 millimeters, it'll burn into the edge on the fringe or whatever.
Right.
And if your lines are crooked, you could see those if they're still.
And everybody will know.
Everybody would know.
Everyone's been on a golf course where there's those burn marks across the green. Like, something happened here this morning.
Yes.
They got to putt across it now.
Anyway, 803-0550. 80% saying yes.
80%.
Not surprised.
I'm not saying I don't like it, but
I think you are.
So no, I'm not. I'm indifferent. It's fine. It's not. It's definitely not one of the worst chores. I would not rank it on near the top of the worst chores.
No, that's right. What is the worst chore?
What is the worst chore? The worst chore is dusting.
Dusting. Okay.
No.
Dishes?
No, I'm fine with dishes.
You know what my worst?
Question.
I'll give you mine. Putting the fitted sheet on the bed.
Oh, that's a nightmare. That is a nightmare.
Thank you.
It's a 2-person job. It's a 2-person job.
It's the worst. Every time I get so mad, I can't.
It's not a 2-person job for my wife, because if I ever try to do it myself, it will just have to be redone.
Yeah.
And then we'll either both do it or she'll do it. So
803-0550. The chat's alive here. We got David suggesting Jerry and Joe landscaping on the YouTube chat. Love a fresh smell of the lawn in the morning. Oh, yeah. Good day to mow the lawn. And again, we very much support the concept as we're 13 minutes into lawn mowing radio. We'll get to some other stuff here. Change up your mow pattern. You got to go diagonal every once in a while. Every couple weeks, make sure you're shifting so you're not putting the same lines in your grass.
I think his dream job is one of those mowers at ballparks.
Me?
Yeah.
I would absolutely love that. To mow the socks pattern out there, or they probably use.
Don't think some hasn't a team mowed their?
Yeah, they use rollers.
Okay,
yeah.
Hasn't a team mowed their logo into the grass before?
Absolutely,
that happens, right?
Absolutely, I would love that to mow the rays of the sun in the outfield, or mow some sort of absolutely.
Your dream job could be like corn mazes, cutting that stuff down too.
This is the dream job, of course, obviously. But no, retirement, if I could go back to work on golf courses and just ride mowers and get up at the before dawn and just do fairway mowers, let's go.
That'll be your retirement gig. If Howard's going to do...
If it's up to me,
going to do tours at Niagara Falls and Jeremy's going to go hop on a mower somewhere.
You haven't thought of that? I mean, you might not be old enough.
No, I'm not. I have not had that thought yet. No.
Work and spend time in retirement. What would it be for me? Right now, if you told me you're going to get there and you're going to mow fairways, I'd say sold.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds great. Put some headphones on. Listen to the Joe and Josh show.
Mm-hmm.
And then just can be yelling about wide receivers in 30 years.
Yep.
And I'll be on a mower. That's my plan.
Wow.
803-0550. We've got Dave in Maryland had a lawn mowing bet. All right, Dave. What's up? Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, when I first moved to Maryland from Angola, me and my buddy bought lawnmowers. Mine cost $4,800.
Wow.
He spent $1,000 and kind of got all over me about it. By the end of the 25 years, he bought 6 mowers for $1,000, and mine is still working.
There you go.
So you do get what you pay for.
That's good investment. Thanks, Dave.
All right.
$4,800 on a mower.
Go big, I guess, on the mower. I don't think it would be common to have to replace it 6 times, but I guess that could happen. And it has, apparently. I have not replaced my mower every year.
I always like to think about the Bad Boys Mower Bowl or whatever, that one college football game.
Yeah.
And the one year going onto that website and looking how expensive mowers are, and some of those mowers are like $20,000. Big, elaborate machines. It's wild. Kind of makes me want to.
I mean, your 50th is coming.
You're not wrong about that.
$20,000 mower.
I'll take it. I'm going to need a yard, but I'll take it. I'll go mow the new Bill Stadium. Ooh, by the way, the new Bill Stadium will have to be mowed.
They will need a mower. You should apply.
Who's getting that job? Will they let people do it? Just like, hey,
you have a remote setup. You could do it. You could get one of Sal's setups. You could do pregame while mowing the grass.
Listen, these are not bad ideas. These are ideas. There's no such thing as a stupid idea. Maybe there are.
But they will. That is a job that does not exist right now. That will at the new stadium.
Yeah. Someone's going to be mowing that grass. Maybe like a robot. John in Lackawanna. Hey, John.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, boys?
Morning.
Long-time listener, 16-time caller.
Thanks, John.
I just wanted to talk about that viral picture that I saw with Dalton Kincaid.
Yep.
He had a couple. I saw Jeremy. I saw you reply to that thigh doctor. It looks like he's got 2 knee braces on still, and it's a little perplexing because the coach wanted him to put on some weight, but he's still looking pretty skinny. Actually, he looks a little smaller than last year. What do you guys think about his physique?
Thanks, John. I did see this picture. If you haven't seen this, this is one of those times we can catch you up on like what's happening on Twitter. Mm-hmm. So yes, Thigh Doctor. There's a Twitter account. I believe it's a former athletic trainer of some sorts. A little bit of a mystery man, deep throat, water. Thigh Doctor.
Yeah.
And we'll often look at injuries and say, looks like it might be this. Look at a certain brace. Look at a certain wrap. And a lot of accuracy to it, but you take it with the grain of salt that it is. You take it for, this is just a person looking at a picture. That said, I think there's reason to say sometimes that there's good information to gather from it. Anyway, Thigh Doctor, tweeted a picture from Bill's minicamp, OTAs, whatever they are, phase 1. And the picture is of Kincaid. It says, what do you notice? And he's wearing 2 knee braces or 2 different things on his knees. And the rest of the comments are everyone thinking he looks thin.
Yeah.
And the idea that he's going to bulk up this offseason has not happened. It's a distant picture. It's a blurry picture. You've seen the picture?
I've seen the picture, yeah.
Everyone's seen the Okay, so maybe you haven't seen it, but if you search Thigh Doctor on Twitter, you'll see it. I don't know if it means he's thin. I don't know if you step on a scale, do a body weight, whatever. Mm-hmm. But the idea being that it's got some Bills fans to really focus in on Kincaid. And while we've spent, 8 days plus 3 years arguing about wide receivers, it really does feel like it's all going to come to a head on Kincaid. And that what the replies to this picture revealed to me is the number of Bills fans or observers that are either ready for him to break out, hopeful he will, or ready to jump on him if he doesn't. Like,
yeah,
what's the plan here? And the further context of it, John, thanks for the phone call, is it's a time where they want him to bulk up. Does that mean they want him to be more tight endy and less receivery? Or if he doesn't actually bulk up, is he going to not be able to have his play strength where McDermott and Bean kind of said they wanted it? So to me, that picture, if you haven't seen it, you could go take a look at it. I don't know if there's anything concrete to be gathered from it. But for me, it was about the reaction to it. Like, okay, people are ready to see it's put up or shut up time for Kincaid.
It's got to be a breakout year for him.
Yes,
it has to be. Or, well, I mean, what's the or? The or is he'll play for you again, but he's probably not getting a 5th-year option. Or people won't want him to get a fifth-year option. I could say that if he has 600 yards this year and it's relatively the same for what it's been. The idea of him still being thin, I guess there are a couple things I think of though. He's got 2 knee braces on, and we knew he needed to get healthy on that front after the year. I guess he could still. It could have been a longer process for him. Like I wonder when the bulk up comes. Like if he had to have his knees get healthy first, how much was he able to bulk up between the end of the season and now? Like I'm sure there was some opportunity, but maybe between now and training camp is when he'll do that. I'm not really sure.
Yeah,
because it would be. I mean, wouldn't it be a story if the coach outright said at the end of the season, we want him to get bigger, we want him to bulk up a bit, and then he came back to training camp and he didn't?
Unless...
I mean, I would think it would be more that he couldn't because of some other reason more than he's defying the head coach.
There's also the timeline. I mean, it is May. How soon could he put on, and how much do they want? When they say bulk up and play strength, do they mean there's a number on... the bench press? Is there a number on the squat? Is there a number just on the scale? That's something we didn't get specifically from the head coach when talking about Kincaid's play strength and wanting to change that. So.
Right. And a lot of it, I think, is probably stemming from his health, too. Like, part of the reaction, like last year, he was definitely injured for a lot of the season. But not everybody's always going to want to hear that. That doesn't go down on your stat sheet at the end of it when you go back and look. So... if he has another year where he's banged up throughout it, then tough. It's the same result for you. Are you drafted this tight end and he's not maybe that big for the position, but he still has to do some of the things that a tight end is asked to do. He has to be covered by bigger people. He has to block bigger people. And if his body breaks down because of that, then what good is the pick? What good is the weapon of having a matchup nightmare tight end like that if you're ever going to use him like a real tight end, his body's going to break down?
This conversation got me looking to, as you mentioned, the fifth-year option for Kincaid, what the plan is with Dawson Knox after this year. Mm-hmm. And I believe they save about $10 million by getting rid of Knox.
Well, the way they talk about him, I mean, contract extension or adjustment feels more likely.
That's always in the mix there. They did just draft a blocking tight end, and I wonder if the long-term plan, again, everything could be fluid, but would the long-term plan be to part ways with Knox, save $10 million on the cap, and have Jackson Hawes be your new Knox, and you fifth-year option, you pick that up on Kincaid and try to turn it into something? I mean, it could be. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, if you restructure Knox, you could save a lot of money. They could save $6 million next year by a restructure.
I mean, Kincaid really is, though. It's tough because I have not seen flashes of a player that could be this. But don't you think the Bills in a private moment would tell you he is the one guy they think could be their number one receiver outside of Shakir?
Maybe. The thing about...
if somebody's going to lead them in receiving that isn't Khalil Shakir, that they would want it to be Kincaid.
How different is he, and this is an honest question, from Kyle Pitts?
Kincaid?
Yeah. Every year it's supposed to be, here comes the breakout. Here comes the breakout. And this position, you know, how many
Pitts
guys...
was similar in that his best year was his rookie year. Yeah. Kincaid's only 2 seasons, but...
Right. Pitts had 1,000 yards in his rookie season.
1,000 yards.
And every year it's like, here it comes, here it comes. This position, sometimes it kind of gets evaluated like it's fantasy football. I don't want to do that. I don't want to just evaluate Kincaid on catches. I want to know, is he affecting defenses? Is he drawing gravity? And there were times last year we saw that. So, with Pitts, they have other weapons, and that offense definitely does not funnel through him. There are a couple different guys like this, where Kincaid set the rookie record for tight end catches by a Bill, and a million other guys, it seems, are getting those numbers at that position now. Pass catching tight end is one that's kind of, evolved into the game to be an outlet. The question is, will he just be a reliable, efficient outlet, or will he be the kind of guy that, oh man, the Bills won, and the Ravens are sitting there saying, Kincaid ate us up?
Yeah.
Is he capable of stepping above
I don't know.
just being Josh Allen's pass-catching tight end and being the kind of guy where it's, what are they going to do to stop Kincaid? Because that is what Mark Andrews has become.
Mm-hmm.
Mark Andrews became that in his career. And, of course, Kelsey was more than just Mahomes' go-to, safe, efficient option.
There aren't many of those guys, though.
There are not. That's right.
And that is part of why, Pitts is a good thought experiment here for me, because I remember looking this up and making these points when they drafted him, that you're often let down when you draft a tight end in the first round. Not always.
In fantasy or in real?
No. In a real team drafts a tight end in round one. The hit rate on that position, it's not zero. There are success stories. Brock Bowers last year is going to be, I think, going to be amazing for 15 years. He was another level of good, even above Pitts and Kincaid.
When it comes to how often he was thrown to, yes. He was thrown to endlessly.
Wasn't it efficiency too? I'll find that.
But again,
maybe you're a little more right.
There's targets, there's efficiency, and then there's did you break the game?
Right.
Because I saw Kevin Cole of Unexpected Points did a big long breakdown of offensive rookie of the year, and he said Bowers had no business being there, that he was basically a volume tight end, and they were never really high leverage plays, not like a quarterback might be. So
well, in the last 10 years, first round tight ends, how many guys have even turned into the guy that you're talking about, which is you have gravity. You are changing the way defenses play.
The answer to that is probably more than I know because I'm not watching all their film.
It's Browers and Kincaid. It's Kyle Pitts. It is Hawkinson and Noah Fant.
Hawkinson got traded. Noah Fant was, he also got traded.
Hawkinson is close to that, though. Hawkinson's great. It's not Hayden Hurst. It's not O.J. Howard. I don't think Evan Ingram, David Njoku, and then you're at Eric Ebron.
And
Njoku far enough back.
Njoku is pretty good.
He's pretty good. But none of those guys I just listed are dominant, we're talking that the Bills are playing blank coming into the week, and we're spending the whole week about the tight end.
It's a point why Loveland went ahead of Tyler Warren in this draft, because he's more the traditional tight end, which is tougher to find. And that's where Kittle, who just got big money, Kittle's on the field all the time.
Yep. And Kittle blocks a lot and is great at it too, so yeah.
This is a big, long answer about the tight end position to a question about a picture from Phase 1.
Gotta love Pitts, by the way. It still says as his nickname on Pro Football Reference, Unicorn.
Yeah.
When you've had 3 years of not topping 600 yards, you're not allowed to be called Unicorn anymore.
No, that's right. 803-0550 on lawn mowing and tight ends. That's where we are.
Lawn mowing and tight ends.
That's where we started. I've got a really fun thing to get to at some point. I want to save it a little bit. But the Ravens rookie kicker, I don't know if you've learned about him at all.
No.
The Ravens have a rookie kicker that can hit from how far? I'll tell you that. And I dug into my first ever kickers scouting report just based on this because I wanted to see, what would you say about a kicker? And Lance Zierlein's scouting report on this kicker is objectively funny. We'll get to that. Joe Marino, Locked on Bills podcast at 8 o'clock, as is usually the case. We'll get a rookie camp preview. Rookie camp for the Bills starts tomorrow. Amy Lisakowski on the 11-day power play and a golf tournament we're all going to be playing in as well. So lots coming up today. Open phone lines for you to start. How about Kincaid? Do you think this thing can be saved, reborn? 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Schedule comes out in 9 days.
Yeah. Yep.
How much of
Best
the last year at
opener.
Highmark? How much of that matters to you? The last year at Highmark?
It does. It does. It hasn't hit right now, and I don't know how emotional or unemotional I expect to be when it's, the last game in the stadium, the last regular season game specifically, because, we won't know if it's the final playoff game. We could know it's the final playoff game, I guess, in some instances. I don't know, it's... For me, how many we're getting more and more amazing moments now, so it's not as nostalgic, I guess, because they all kind of feel top of mind. All the greatest moments that I can think of experiencing in that stadium. Because for me, I'm growing up during the drought, so how nostalgic can you get about what Leotis McKelvin kick return touchdowns, and games where they won 13-10 to go to 5-6. But for someone that lived through the 90s, I bet it'll be and even back to the 70s with OJ. Like, I'm sure this will be a very emotional send-off.
Part of what you're getting at there also might be, nostalgia is a thing that a team leans into when there's not something better to pay attention to.
Right.
And
which is why the Sabres are basking in it for the last couple of years.
Right. Whereas, if the Bills are throwing nostalgia out there this year for the final year of the stadium, that's all well and good and welcome, but the present day is about as good as it gets.
Right.
Like, I'm watching the present day Bills and thinking, yeah, the old times. We had a lot of fun here. Are they going to beat the Eagles? Because they're home against the Eagles this year.
Right.
And they're home against the Bengals this year, and the Ravens and the Chiefs.
Right, like the final the final regular season game at the stadium. What if it's for the 1 seed? What would it be more about? It might be more about the send-off of the stadium, but we'll go into that week thinking like, oh, this is the game for the 1 seed. You win and you clinch it. You finally get it over Kansas City. And it's also the final game at the stadium. The home Chiefs game.
Yeah. It was the last time the weekend was dry.
Yeah.
Totally.
Play of the year, Nance called it.
Play of the year.
From Josh Allen. Yeah.
Yes.
Which, sure, that was his play of the year, wasn't it?
It's hard to beat the one where he threw a touchdown pass and then also caught it and dove into the end zone.
Yeah.
That's tough to beat.
That was very cool. I look back on that play more and more like, that was sweet. It was a trick shot, though.
Yeah. It was 2 weeks after the play against the Chiefs.
Yeah, like it was incredible, and nobody else has ever done that. And Josh loved it because he's been trying that play. But yeah, little gimmicky.
That's right. I won money on that play.
Little gimmicky. That is
our bet about would there be a lateral this season. I won that.
You did win that bet.
I won that bet.
Like, and that was a hell of a way to win the bet.
Yes.
What's a better shot? If you stick a 5-wood 5 feet from the hole on a par 5, 230 out, or if you're in the trees and you have to hit the ball lefty down on one knee because it's underneath a bush and then you get it onto the green somehow.
Yeah.
What's a better shot? I'd say the 5-wood. That's what those two feel like to me.
Now, one is incredible skill, and the other one is just kind of a little bit of randomness helping you along the way.
And credit to, like, you got to have some creativity.
Yeah.
Some sports creativity, right? Not every quarterback would even have the thought process. In fact, I think almost all of them would not have the thought process to run towards Amari Cooper in that spot.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah. Part of the magic that happened last season during Josh's MVP campaign.
That was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago.
A lot of crazy action in the playoffs last night, especially on the basketball side of things, but we'll start with hockey. Carolina winning Game 1 in overtime over Washington. They probably deserved to win the game, as the Capitals only had 14 shots on goal into overtime. Carolina wins with a Jacob Slavin overtime goal. The Oilers win over the Golden Knights, erasing a 2-goal deficit to win 4-2. NBA side of things, the Pacers come back to beat the Cavaliers. They were down 7 with less than 50 seconds to play. Tyrese Halliburton missed a free throw, down 2, got it back, and then hit a game-winning three-pointer with 1 second to play. Pacers take a 2-0 series lead. Road teams are 5-0 in the NBA playoffs to start the second round. The Warriors, another one of those teams that won on the road, even though Steph Curry left the game in the second quarter, did not return with a hamstring injury, so we'll monitor his status, but the Warriors win by 11 to take Game 1. Tonight in the NHL, you have 7 o'clock for Panthers and Maple Leafs. Sam Bennett did not even get a hearing for his elbow on Anthony Stolarz' head. Panthers and Leafs tonight at 7. Stars and Jets gets rolling at 9:30. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Carlisle's going to let him play. Halliburton steps back and hits. Tyrese Halliburton trying to take Cleveland's heart. And it is over. The Indiana Pacers in a Game 2 stunner.
All right. Throw a Cavs fan, a little get well text.
There's a couple in the Bills media that we should, John Scott, Carl Jones. Sorry, guys.
Sorry, fellas.
Holy cow.
That highlight, Halliburton at the line, missing the free throw, getting his own rebound, and then step back 3 for the win. It's pretty nasty.
That dude is a killer. Halliburton. He is so good.
There's a stat on him and what he just did in just these playoffs. So let me put it here. That on the Pacers. Since 1997-98, so since 1997, teams are 3 and 1,640 when trailing by 7 in the final minute of the fourth quarter or overtime.
Yeah.
3 and 1,640. The Pacers this postseason have 2 of those
That's
wins.
right, because they did it to the Bucks.
Yes.
To eliminate them.
3
That's
and
crazy.
1,640, and they've done it twice.
That is unbelievable. Yeah, my wife is away on a business thing, and one of her coworkers is a Cavaliers fan. So last night they're all out to dinner or whatever, and he's a Cavs fan, season ticket holder even. And I guess they had turned the game off because when she called me after, he's like, so the Cavs won, huh? I'm like, no, they didn't.
Wow.
They certainly did not win. He's like, no, our friend here's a Cavaliers fan. He's like, they won. He turned the game off then. And that person's going to have a rude awakening, Cavs season ticket holder, that turned the game off with what? 30 seconds left?
How often do you turn a game off when your team's about to win?
Yeah, that's crazy. You'd want to see the ending.
You would
right?
think, to make sure they get it over the line.
Yeah. Because that would be like...
Turning it off when you're losing, you're expecting to lose. I don't want to see this loss.
What is up 7 the equivalent of? Is that being up, if the Sabres were up 3 in a playoff game with a minute to go?
Sure.
Being up 2 maybe?
2 minutes to go. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and finding a way to lose that?
Maybe 2 goals.
Yeah. I'm rooting for the Pacers, by the way. The Pacers are always the same team for my entire life. And probably before my life. Right? They're just good, but they're never champion good.
Yeah.
But they're always good.
The Reggie Miller, Mark Jackson, Rick Smits.
Yep, and then the Paul George Pacers.
Yep, they're always the same.
They're always the same.
Competitive.
I'd like to see them do it once.
They made the finals and lost to... they lost to...
Was Larry Bird the coach, maybe, when they made the finals?
Yes, they lost to the Lakers, I think.
In what, the late 90s? They lost to the Lakers?
That sounds right. I feel like Reggie Miller made the finals one time. I think they lost to the Lakers or the Spurs.
I can tell you in 2 seconds.
It's a good guess. It's who won all those titles. Lakers and Spurs won a bunch.
Yeah, they lost to the Lakers in 2000, the 2000 NBA Finals.
There you go.
Yeah.
So one quick theme on the playoffs. Is this not the year of the comeback? In the NBA and the NHL. Last night, Vegas is up 2-0.
Yeah.
They lost. We saw Colorado-Dallas up 2 goals in the third period of Game 7. Winnipeg and St. Louis, the same thing.
It's crazy, and the NBA's had a million of these recently.
It is the no lead is safe postseason at this point in both the NHL and the NBA.
Which is probably why this has been an awesome playoffs.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's been awesome. Comebacks and upsets and, crazy drama at the end. Hockey giving you that, too. Like, NBA, you'll always get a little of that. Maybe this year you're getting more. Hockey, though, giving you a couple of these. That's not normal.
No.
Getting multi-goal comebacks late in games like that, but when your season's about to end. So, yeah, these playoffs have rocked so far.
803-0550 is our phone number. Jeremy and Joe, we spent the first segment talking about mowing the lawn and Dalton Kincaid.
Yeah.
That's pretty much where we were. We'll get back to Kincaid in a minute. I had a couple things I wanted to get to, and what was it? I don't get to the Ravens kicker yet. How about, so we're on hockey in the postseason, in the NBA postseason. So Kevin Adams / the Sabres. Craig Rivet, Andrew Peters of After the Whistle reporting yesterday. They hear Kevin Adams is back. Of course, no word from the Sabres, not that they have to make an announcement. The other thing that they're now reporting, that Craig is reporting, did you see this? Mm-hmm. That Craig's saying that from what he hears, Bo Byram has packed up his stuff and is basically gone.
Got out of Dodge.
Has left an empty house. I do like the time of year where you get to real estate sports radio.
Yeah.
So-and-so's house is for sale, or it's kind of fun. But Byram, if he has in fact left, and okay, guys leave for the offseason. Maybe he doesn't want to leave his stuff there. Okay. Maybe he doesn't have that much stuff. I don't know. We'll just leave it out there as that is. But it immediately, in our group chat, the four of us, Owen, you texted it to us, and you, Josh and Joe, immediately it became Pettersson. The Pettersson trade that did not happen should be back on. That if you're the Sabres, you want to give Byram the 9th pick and what?
Well,
for Pettersson.
I'd love to fire that back up, and I hope he would be available again because I loved that trade idea. But when it was out there that the Sabres were weren't they the front runners at one point? Or they were just the only team that were mentioned.
Sure.
That's what it was. Friedman mentioned, hey, the Sabres are among teams that are in on it. They were named. What was the trade package that we always thought it was?
Byram and Cousins.
Cousins ain't here anymore, so now what? Byram, you can give him 9. Do they still want a center back? And are you willing to give up Kulik to get that done? I mean, he's a star player. Pettersson is. But some trade like that is centered around Byram in the first-round pick, I don't know if you'd have to include Kulik to get a player like that, would absolutely be what I'm thinking about for him. We flirted with the idea of doing we could just do it drafting players that have played their last game for the Sabres. I think Byram's played his last game for the Sabres. Not 100% on that, but he's a lot of times that real estate stuff I feel like ends up being right, doesn't it? Why are you packing all your stuff? You're packing all your stuff because you know your contract is up, and you might think it's less likely than not that you're going to be back and re-sign.
So the tweet I saw that pointed to this comment from Rivet included in there that Craig saying he believes he'll be traded, that Byram would re-sign, but his spot in the pecking order is the thing that's going to make him want to leave, and that would check out. Did he say it? He wants to be a number one defenseman?
No, I think Friedman said that that's what he knows about, that he's heard about Byram.
And Byram doesn't play power play. He wants to be a guy that is a top pairing guy that's going to get trusted more. And if he doesn't see that here, that doesn't mean that he thinks the organization is a disaster. It just means I want to go somewhere where I'm going to play more. I think he was drafted 4th overall. He's got a cup. He might think he's just got the opportunity when it's time for his next contract to say, I want to go to a situation where I'm going to be paid like a top guy, and they're going to play me because I'm paid like a top guy. So that would make sense.
Right. I mean, last year, again, the lack of power play might be the biggest thing. He had 2 power play points last season. I mean, he didn't play many minutes on it. So 35 even strength points. He ranked 15th among all defensemen in even strength points last year. I mean, he's probably thinking there's a money element here too, right? Like, you put up 38 points. You put up, that was his career high last year, right? 38 points. Like, all right, you're going to get a good chunk of change if you're a 38-point defenseman. But
put me on the power play, I'll put up 59 points, and I'll get,
And now I'm getting $9.5 million or $10 million instead of maybe getting $7.5 or $8.
Right.
And he can't do that here. Like, I would understand that. Go to a team like, Vancouver always comes up because he's from there. Well, that doesn't really work because they have Quinn Hughes. I guess he'd be the second unit guy. But whatever. If he went to a team where he was the number one power play defenseman, he'd probably have 50 points every single year.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
And he'd be a more valuable player, for his contract. So, yeah, I'm not anticipating that he is going to sign a long-term deal with the Sabres. Like, if he's back, I can't imagine it's more than 1 year.
And if he has reached the spot where he gets the RFA, I won't sign long-term, that's when the Sabres might even feel like they can comfortably make a hockey trade and shake things up a little bit.
Is anybody worried, though, about losing him?
I'm not. No.
Like, I'm not, and like we've had Paul on throughout the season, and Paul would mention how there were games he thought Byram was their best defenseman, and
but
that often came when Dahlin was his partner.
That's right. And isn't the thing he brings the most the offensive upside, where they kind of don't have space for him, and what they really need is, like, I've seen some of the fancy charts, percentile. He's a 29th percentile defensive defenseman and a 71st defense, like, percentile.
Offensive.
And don't I need to flip that?
Yeah.
I need a guy that's very good defensively because I've got guys to carry my offense, and offense isn't my problem with the Sabres.
Right. I need, and that's the other thing. Right now, I don't want to say you could put anybody with Dahlin and get good success.
The numbers seem to indicate that.
They kind of do.
We call that being Josh Allen.
Right. Right.
To some degree.
So, like, Byram right now is only successful, for the most part, he is only successful when he plays with Dahlin. So, if I'm going to pay him, I want him to play with Dahlin every single night. And what I need more than a guy to play with Dahlin every single night is I need a guy to play with power every single night.
Yep.
So really what I need to do is flip my best Dahlin partner, because Dahlin can play with almost anybody, into my best power partner, because I'd like to see him take another step forward.
And if you thought he wasn't the top guy, but he only plays his best with Dahlin, the Sabres should have spent the last 2 months playing him exclusively with Dahlin and driving his value and then try to trade him.
Well, they might have been trying to figure out if he could play with anybody else.
That's right, but yeah.
And he couldn't.
803-0550, so that's the news on Byram. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. It's a Wednesday. Happy hump day, happy Wednesday. Joe Marino, Locked on Bills podcast. Little rookie camp preview coming up at 8 o'clock with him. We've got plenty more to get to. We'll get back into the Kincaid conversations, ask some questions about that. And, do you like to mow the lawn? You can vote in that Twitter poll, because that's where we started
What
today.
is it now, 80%?
It's got to be 80%. Who doesn't like mowing the lawn? It's great.
20% of people,
apparently. I guess so. And, they should hire people that do enjoy it. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. After the whistle, Craig Rivet, Andrew Peters, good morning. We've been told after multiple days of presenting to Terry Pegula, Kevin Adams will return as the Sabres GM for the next upcoming season. You mentioned that in the update. Want to give a thought on that? Anybody? Anybody have a thought on that? Multiple days of presenting.
That's the most interesting part of this, because
is.
We had already resigned ourselves to he is going to be the GM again. So
how many hours in a day? How many days presenting? What does the presentation involve?
Right. Well, I'm assuming it involves what you want to do with the roster, right? And what you want to do with contracts and extensions. Mm-hmm. Does multiple days of presenting, is it too far a leap to go to Terry was thinking about it?
I mean, I have a tough time believing that.
That he was thinking about doing something else? Because to me, if you are presenting to the owner and the conclusion is he's staying as GM, what was he presenting? Does he do this every year? Does he always present to Pegula, or was this the presentation to remain as GM? And if he doesn't like it, you're out. Is that what was on the line with the presentation, or is he staying no matter what? That's not in there. But
once you go this far into the offseason, I mean, the season ended weeks ago. To have not made, if you were going to make the decision to fire him, you fire him immediately and get to work. No, you get to work on a replacement.
Right.
mean, that it went this long. Hey, we'll catch up in a couple of weeks, and then, all right, let's see what you've got. My guess is it would be multiple days of presenting is, here's the plan, here's what I'm thinking, let me know what you think of it, but this is going to be our plan going forward. And I think that Adams would have gone into those meetings confident that he would be the GM. Maybe not confident, maybe that's the wrong word, but thinking, I'm probably going to be back. I'm here for a multiple-day presentation. It's a little bit like Aaron Rodgers being flown out to the Jets facility to meet with the new coach to be told, we don't want you, and him being shocked by that. Just Rodgers flying there probably thought, they're going to want to talk about, the future here and what I want to do. And he was shocked they didn't. For Adams, my guess is, again, maybe not confident, but he probably ends up surprised if he's not retained.
So anyway, I would love to say they could go trade 9 for, some established veteran player. I remember when Corey Schneider got traded for the 8th or 9th pick. But
wouldn't they have to trade it for, put it this way, this is kind of a good way to ask it. Jason Zucker on defense. Should they trade the 9th pick for Jason Zucker on defense? Include the age. 33.
33?
I'll say yes. Sure. Why not? Because the Sabres have been for a long time allergic to older players, and every single time a player would come up, it'd be, maybe that guy's a little too old for us. And he'd be 26.
And meanwhile, they've been the youngest team in the league
forever.
Single year.
And Greenway and Zucker show up. How about the 9th pick for Zucker on defense?
Yeah.
If that's out there, a team that thinks, this guy's a little older, we could use to get a little younger.
Yeah, it's hard to say no, especially when, I don't know, does it feel like their number one need on their roster that they're going to go after this offseason is like a veteran defenseman to play with Owen Power?
There it is. We'll give you the 9th pick.
And boom, there's your power partner.
There it is. Jason Ducker,
a
defenseman named Zucker.
Can I be nitpicky and make sure he's not on a 1-year contract? Does that even matter?
And
how about he's on a 3-year deal?
How about
at 33?
Sure, you're right. You don't want a rental on the 9th overall.
That's
how about 2 years? He's under contract for 2 years, and if it goes well, you can work on keeping him.
And he's good.
He's Zucker. He's everything.
And Zucker's good.
Everything
right?
Zucker brought to the team on at forward on defense. 9th overall pick.
Yeah, I'm in. Of course I'm in.
They would be accused of overpaying for sure.
Whatever. Sometimes I feel like they don't make moves because of that fear.
Yeah.
The fear of looking like you overpaid.
Looks like he's been traded to the Cowboys. A deal that had long been rumored, and we're waiting for the draft pick compensation to find out exactly what it is. But George Pickens on his way to the Cowboys. This is where I usually throw the line in here, something along the lines of, this would never happen to a Mike Tomlin team. The Steelers' cycle is never ending. Get a player, have a good player, he's a problem, he's got to go, get him out. Endless cycle.
It really is.
For the Steelers, for a team that likes to pride itself on the standard is the standard. They keep drafting guys that are, you want to say like Pickens was always one that might be like that? Okay.
Yeah.
The Steelers always find their way to these players, then they get alienated or they turn wrong on the team, and then they've got to go. It's an endless cycle for Pittsburgh, and you'll love to see it. So now they traded for DK Metcalf, and Mason Rudolph is their starting quarterback as of right now. Maybe Aaron Rodgers wants Pickens gone. Who knows? But George Pickens to the Cowboys, and we do not yet know the draft compensation in that trade.
And their offense now is just Metcalf by himself.
Right. The Cowboys have Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, which the pairing of those two, Lamb eats everywhere, and they played him in the slot a lot, and Pickens is a real honest-to-goodness threat down the field on the boundary.
That's what they needed. They needed a downfield threat.
Yeah, so it's a nice move for the it's a nice move for the Cowboys, maybe. I mean, Dak's good.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll see what the draft pick compensation is. But Pickens to the Cowboys, who are generally a team of dysfunction as well. So the Cowboys and the Steelers are not that different. They really aren't.
No, they really right. Their only difference right now is one of them has a quarterback.
No.
That's been the only difference between the two. Like they're both so old school in how they do contracts and everything.
Yep. 803-0550. We'll get to that. Have some questions for you to talk about with Dalton Kincaid and the Bills pass catchers, of course. I heard a lot of talk about it yesterday on the station. We'll get to some of that. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
So, I mean, I would love to say they could go trade 9 for, some established veteran player. I remember when Corey Schneider got traded for the 8th or 9th pick. But
wouldn't they have to trade it for, put it this way, this is kind of a good way to ask it. Jason Zucker on defense. Should they trade the 9th pick for Jason Zucker on defense? Include the age. 33.
33.
I'll say yes. Sure. Why not? This because the Sabres have been for a long time allergic to older players, and every single time a player would come up, it'd be, maybe that guy's a little too old for us. And he'd be 26.
And meanwhile, they've been the youngest team in the league single year.
And Greenway and Zucker show up. How about the 9th pick for Zucker on defense?
Yeah.
If that's out there, a team that thinks, this guy's a little older, we could use to get a little younger.
Yeah, it's hard to say no, especially when, I don't know, does it feel like their number one need on their roster that they're going to go after this offseason is like a veteran defenseman to play with Owen Power?
There it is. We'll give you the 9th pick.
And boom, there's your power partner.
There it is. Jason Ducker,
a
defenseman named Zucker.
Could I be nitpicky and make sure he's not on a 1-year contract? Does that even matter?
And
how about he's on a 3-year deal.
How about
at 33?
Sure, you're right. You don't want a rental on the 9th overall.
That's
how about 2 years? He's under contract for 2 years, and if it goes well, you can work on keeping him.
And he's good.
He's Zucker. He's everything.
And Zucker's good.
Everything
right?
Zucker brought to the team on at forward on defense. 9th overall pick.
Yeah, I'm in. Of course I'm in.
They would be accused of overpaying for sure.
Whatever. Sometimes I feel like they don't make moves because of that fear.
Yeah.
The fear of looking like you overpaid.
Schedule comes out in 9 days.
Yeah. Yep.
How much of the last year at Highmark? How much of that matters to you? The last year at Highmark?
It does. It does. I mean, it hasn't hit right now, and I don't know how emotional or unemotional I expect to be when it's, the last game in the stadium, the last regular season game specifically, because, we won't know if it's the final playoff game. We could know it's the final playoff game, I guess, in some instances. I don't know, it's for me, how many we're getting more and more amazing moments now. But so it's not as nostalgic, I guess, because they all kind of feel top of mind. All the greatest moments that I can think of experiencing in that stadium. Because for me, I mean, I'm growing up during the drought. So, how nostalgic can you get about what? Leotis McKelvin kick return touchdowns and, games where they won 13-10 to go to 5-6. But for someone that lived through the 90s, I bet it'll be and even back to the 70s with OJ, I'm sure this will be a very emotional send-off.
Part of what you're getting at there also might be, nostalgia is a thing that a team leans into when there's not something better to pay attention to.
Right.
And
which is why the Sabres are basking in it for the last couple of years.
Right. Whereas, if the Bills are throwing nostalgia out there this year for the final year of the stadium, that's all well and good and welcome, but the present day is about as good as it gets.
Right.
Like I'm watching the present day Bills and thinking, yeah, the old times. We had a lot of fun here. Are they going to beat the Eagles? Because they're home against the Eagles this year.
Right.
And they're home against the Bengals this year, and the Ravens and the Chiefs.
Right, like the final the final regular season game at the stadium. What if it's for the 1 seed? What would it be more about? It might be more about the send-off of the stadium, but we'll go into that week thinking like, oh, this is the game for the 1 seed. You win and you clinch it. You finally get it over Kansas City. And it's also the final game at the stadium. A lot of crazy action in the playoffs yesterday, a lot of it in the NBA side. We'll start in the NHL. The Hurricanes win in overtime 2-1 over the Capitals. They deserve to win that one on the shot count. The Capitals only had 14 shots on goal. Carolina takes game 1. Jacob Slavin scored the winner. The Oilers come back from 2 down to beat Vegas 4-2 and take game 1 in that series in Vegas. Tonight, Game 2 between the Maple Leafs and the Panthers, Sam Bennett did not get any supplementary discipline from the NHL for his elbow to Anthony Stolarz. So Bennett will play in the game, and no word on Stolarz yet, who was out of the hospital yesterday morning. That's at 7, 9:30, Stars and Jets, game 1 of that series later tonight. In the NBA, the Cavaliers finding a way to blow a 7-point lead with less than 50 seconds to play to the Indiana Pacers. Tyrese Halliburton made a free throw, missed the second one, got his own rebound, and hit a game-winning three-pointer with 1 second to play. Pacers up 2-0 in that series. The Warriors win over the Timberwolves. Steph Curry left the game with a hamstring injury and did not return. Road teams are 5-0 to start the second round in the NBA. In the NFL, we have a trade over the last couple of minutes. George Pickens being sent to the Dallas Cowboys for multiple draft picks, although it has not been reported yet what the draft pick compensation is, but Pickens to Dallas. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Allen and Mahomes to me. are on their own stratosphere, where those two guys could play with all of us and win 12 games. They make throws that most people would just be taught don't ever even attempt that, but they do it, and they do it all the time. I understand the Bills fan who sits there and says, hey, I want a number one receiver. I want a Stephon Diggs in his prime without the drama type of guy. Great, I get that. The Bills can win the Super Bowl with Khalil Shakir as the number one receiver. I watched the Chiefs win a Super Bowl with Kadarius Toney and Sky Moore.
Matt Verderam on Show with the Bulldog yesterday. Good conversation, checking in with the Chiefs there. I listened to that.
And nobody is saying they can't win without a number one receiver.
That is correct. No, not many people are saying that they can't.
The Chiefs proved you could do it both ways.
That's right.
They had a number one receiver, and we're going to do the thing with the Chiefs, I guess. Although last year, I guess, is less of this. But we're going to do the thing with the Chiefs that everyone does with the Patriots, which is we're going to forget they have the best tight end of all time. We're just going to forget that. The Patriots had no weapons, everybody. Don't forget the polar bear in the corner that catches 1,000 yards a year. We're just going to forget Travis Kelce exists. If Kincaid becomes great, I'm good forgetting about that tight end after the Bills win Super Bowls.
Yep.
But he's got to become that.
Indeed. We had a caller on Kincaid earlier. There's a picture going around of him from Bills phase 1 of workouts, and people are kind of just, whether they're extracting from the picture that he's got knee braces or wraps, or extracting that he looks thin. I mentioned this in the first hour. Good morning, by the way, Jeremy and Joe, if you're just joining us. That the thing I learned from the picture was not a takeaway. I'm not sitting here looking at this picture thinking, clearly I can see his play strength or anything like that. The takeaway is that Kincaid is under the microscope as much as anybody on this team right now.
Yeah.
That's what I got.
Yeah.
The two players that are maybe the most, let's see what they've got, are Kincaid and Coleman.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what Bean is leaning on when he's bullish on his pass catchers group. Is his last two top picks of the draft before this last one were pass catchers for Josh Allen to try and invest in the position and see if they can get something out of him. So for Kincaid, there's a little bit of what do they want him to be. You want him to be bigger and stronger and have play strength and be more of a, would that mean sacrificing smoothness? Would that mean sacrificing speed? Would that mean giving up a little bit of the pass catching for a little bit more play strength? I don't know that it has to be that.
Does he look like to you that he has any of that?
Play strength? Or
speed and fluidity maybe is one thing that he's got. He had, until last year, unbelievable hands. College and then his rookie season, it felt like any ball that was near him, he was going to come down with.
He's supposed to be the best pass catcher in the draft, and his first year was incredibly efficient. He caught everything.
Yep, so that could have just been an off year for him, because last year with the drops and, I mean, even that play at the end, which is less of a drop, but, you know, that doesn't line up with the rest of his career, including college.
Yeah.
So I might expect that will bounce back, but I also don't know. I don't know what does it look like if he does take that monster step forward. Like, okay, he becomes one of the great tight ends in football. I can look around the league and know, like, I know what it looks like with Trey McBride jumps over people, right? Like, there's these athletic traits that you see in some of these freakazoid tight ends that have become the best tight ends in football. I don't know what Kincaid looks like if he becomes that. Is he more the nuances of the position, and he's more like Kelce, where you don't see him on the screen running routes, the ball goes to him, and you're just like, how is that dude open? How is nobody covering him? Did we just forget about him again? Mm-hmm. Is it that? Or is he going to be like Trey McBride or George Kittle, where he's running by guys and then also running through them? Because I thought he would be more of the former.
Running past guys.
No, more of like the fluidity and like he's just good at finding those open holes and more like outthinking the defense rather than he's the best athlete on the field.
Yeah, I think fluidity, if we go the Kincaid timeline, and by the way, give us a ring on this, 803-0550. This kind of gets to the question on One Bills Live yesterday. I listened for a good chunk of it, was like, what's going to be different about this year's passing game? They were talking about receivers, what will be different about the receivers. Let's go to all of it, the passing game. What will be different, more improved? Do they even really need any improvement? Of course, the GM is pointing to 30 points a game, which they did average. So what will be different? You know, Kincaid, if we take the timeline, Joe, it was year one. He was the star of training camp. It was all about how every practice he is a part of the offense. It's not a bring him along slowly. Each position gets its own timeline. And there are plenty of people that would tell you that tight end is a position that might take a little time. Guys, rookies, you and I had a bet. Rookie tight ends don't put up big numbers. And I just think the position has changed to a point where now we've got the Kincaid's type of hybrid tight end receiver that's a tight end. But that position gets targets, and that position comes in and makes a big difference right away. If you're someone in Dynasty that drafts Tyler Warren, I bet you get a bunch of catches out of him in Indianapolis if they have a quarterback. And whether it's McBride, who you mentioned, or a lot of Evan Engram, this position exists around the league. It's not really unique anymore. A lot of teams have their guy like this. But
it's almost rare now to have a team that doesn't have anybody like that.
Yeah, he fit right in. He was fluid. And then we saw it produce in games right away to a point. Dorsey gets fired quickly. That's one thing about Kincaid's timeline. We make this point about quarterbacks and receivers. Elijah Moore had all these different quarterbacks, and that's why he hasn't produced like he should. And Sam Darnold had all these different coordinators, and that's why he didn't produce like he should. For Kincaid, he's drafted into a Ken Dorsey offense that 8 games in becomes a Joe Brady offense. And with Brady, in the regular season, I could pull up the postseason stats. With Brady, I think Dalton Kincaid has 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
While
2 in the regular season, 1, and then he has 1 in the playoffs.
Okay, so in all the games that Joe Brady has called for the Bills, Kincaid has 3 touchdowns. Everybody eats. I know that's fine. It's kind of this one spot where the Bills have something that's difficult to kind of wrap your arms around or whatever, wrap your head around, because I've got it where everybody's going to get the ball, so no one person should produce. And that almost runs a little counter to trying to figure out, hey, did Bean make a good pick in Kincaid? He's not individually producing, but the offense as a whole produces. So, we've kind of got this endless conversation about what they do on offense, which, of course, is 97% due to Josh Allen being amazing. Maybe like 80% Allen and 20% the offensive line, and their weapons are nicer than they were last year. Anyway, if you want to give us a call on Kincaid and your expectations for him, because that picture, you can tell me the picture is a nothing burger, and I probably would be inclined to agree. The responses to me were eye-opening. Okay, people are ready for Kincaid to show it, to be a premier tight end in the league, and I don't know if he'll get the targets for that. You bring up McBride. We went through the numbers. If Kincaid got McBride's target share, he would have those numbers. Even at a poor efficiency standpoint, he wasn't that far off on yards per catch and yards per target.
Yeah, I mean, there was about a 2-yard difference in yards per target, which I think for tight end might be a lot. But over 2 years, it's closer.
It's not that far.
In the rookie year, Kincaid was pretty good at that. So, right, last year, McBride got 147 targets. And he had 1,100 yards. But part of that is I think he commands that. Like, he is a weapon. He's not just good at getting open, McBride is. He is absolutely, you throw a screen to, and you just watch him go.
You know what he is? He's like throwing a screen to Josh Allen.
Yeah,
that's McBride.
He really is. McBride is Josh Allen if he couldn't throw. Basically,
right.
That's
jumping over dudes, stiff arming guys. Yeah,
he had a touchdown last year because McBride. Part of his story was he didn't have any touchdowns.
Right,
he had all those yards and all those catches, but he had 2 receiving touchdowns on the year. He had a rushing touchdown on the year, and I remember that because I had him in fantasy, and it was like a weird experience with him. And it was a reverse. That team was running reverses to him because he's that level of athlete on top of getting open. So, there's part of, well, if Kincaid had targets like that, he would have similar numbers, but you do earn those targets. And nobody would say Kincaid earned, I think, the right to have 100 targets last year. I mean, often when he was getting targeted, he and the quarterback did not look like they were on the same page. And you had drops on top of it. Like, it was Allen to Kincaid in an offense where there were a ton of efficient plays last year. Allen to the running backs was efficient. I'm looking at their yards per target last year, and those are their top 2 receivers in yards per target, were Ty Johnson and Ray Davis. Cook catches were efficient, and Knox actually was quietly in a very low target share, was efficient, and so was Shakir on his role. The one guy that you could absolutely point to and say, yeah, when they threw to that guy, it didn't really work. Last year, that was Kincaid. You could blame the injury, and I think you would be right to some extent. But I don't know. I'm still questioning what it looks like if he becomes this star tight end and how he does it.
It'd be a pretty great find. And people would be thinking that the long-term staying power of this offense at the top, which it's almost always been at the top because of Josh Allen, but a number one running mate right now, that's Shakir, and Kincaid's the other one that was supposed to be that, or Coleman. They've got two guys they can really point to and say, we've got a lot of belief here. And we'll see if it comes to fruition. 803-0550. Jerry and Kenmore is up first this hour. Hey, Jerry, good morning.
Good morning. Actually, I'm going by Jeremy in Kenmore. Old Jerry.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's Jeremy in Kenmore now. I think the Kincaid thing, from a strength standpoint, I don't think it's even like functionality and how he hits the game. I think they're very concerned about his durability. It's a physical position, and Knox plays physical, and Kelsey played physical, and Gronk played physical. And I think he's built more like a finesse tight end, and I don't think that's what we want, because we run the ball and we want him to finish runs, and I think the strength is just strictly a durability thing, and maybe that's why he didn't practice as much, maybe he didn't do as much because he was hurt. And if we can change his strength a little bit, he'll get more plays on the field, he'll get more plays in practice, so he'll be more functional in our offense.
Yeah, thanks, Sherry. Thanks for the phone call. Maybe durability is going to be really important. That's something that this Bills team, they had injuries to, of course, Kincaid and Coleman and Samuel, three players that they were hoping to count on. And then Cooper also last year when he got here, right? There was a little bit of a shoulder injury after Seattle was a shoulder. So,
yep.
It's always built in, durability. It's one thing we're, knock on wood, spoiled by the quarterback, who has got the active streak for the most consecutive starts.
Mm-hmm.
And is 10 years away from Brett Favre on that. He's got a long way to go.
He's got a long way to go.
Long way to go.
Well, they want to run the ball, too, right? He's going to be on the field for that a lot. And I don't know that you would say he's been a bad blocker for 2 years. I don't really know how he was last year in this. I remember, though, seeing that his first year was better as a blocker than you. He was wrecking people down the field when he was blocking defensive backs. And last year, I don't really know how that went for him. So I think it's more about the durability, but part of it is the Bills like to run the ball a lot. And when you have two tight ends on the field, I think part of, going back to Dorsey conversations, what's part of the reason you might want to run 12 personnel? What's one of the defenses you'll hear for it?
Which is multiple, so you don't know if you're going to run or pass.
Yeah, right.
That's why McDermott wants it. He always talks about, if we're going back to McDermott's entire career, it's the threat of the run.
Yep. There's that, and also it is that your, Kincaid in this instance, your second tight end on the field is often now going to be blocking a defensive back. And him blocking a defensive back instead of a linebacker feels like an advantage in the run game. Mm-hmm. And that could be another part of why they would want, I don't know what the number is, though. Do they want him to gain 10 pounds? Do they want him to gain 25 pounds of muscle?
Yeah, we'll see. Training camp, OTAs, it'll be part of the conversation. Right now we're still at phase one, but the first couple times we hear from Kincaid, it'll be about, is there a goal in terms of what you're supposed to gain, the play strength? We'll see. Larry in South Florida is up. Hey, Larry, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just want to talk about what I want to see different in the passing offense. So last year I put $50 down, I think it was, on a futures bet because I laughed when Vegas set the number at 3750.5 for Josh for total yards. I said, there's no way this guy's not going to throw for 4, even if it was a 16-game season, which technically for Josh it was. I still would have taken the bet. Well, you go back and you look at a lot of those games. Were there deep throws? Yeah, there were. But they were deep sideline throws. And there was so much dink and dunk and behind the line of scrimmage and 2-yard passes. And think of that Kansas City game. All the short yard passes and those stupid first and second down runs that drove me crazy. And they just loaded the box, and there was nowhere for Josh to go on that 4th and 1. Even though we all believe he got it, that shouldn't have come down to that, in my opinion. Especially all those times that they ran for 3rd and 2 or 3rd and 1, Josh up the middle, should never have to come down to that. You have the weapons. I mean, the other day when we were talking about receivers, I forgot we have Josh Palmer. I love Josh Palmer. I mean, he's a more polished Keon Coleman, in my opinion, and he's got better hands. And you go and get him when you already have a Keon Coleman, and you also have a Curtis Samuel. That's why I was so thrilled they went and got Elijah Moore. I want over-the-middle throws, gentlemen. I want to see not just deep sideline throws. And I know we had a much lower interception ratio, and that's great. But when you do ball control, time of possession, short dink and dunk passes, that stuff's going to happen. I want a little bit more risk. I want a little bit more open. I want over-the-middle throws. Kincaid is built for that kind of thing. He's got the speed. He's got the hands. He can get open. You know, he does drop, but they all drop here and there. And I just think with Josh's arm and his moving ability and the way he can throw out to his right, you've got to get over the middle throws. I'd love to get your opinion.
Yeah, thanks, Larry. Over the middle, one of the things the Bills saw a lot of last year was cover one. Like all the talk about cover two, and listen, there are a lot of different looks you see, but the Bills saw a very high amount of cover one. And I think that what teams tried to do to the Bills was close off the middle of the field to a degree and force them to throw to the outside. It's one of the reasons they went out and got Cooper was they needed to pull a little more attention to the outside. You know, Mac Hollins is out there. You know, it's funny. One thing about this conversation, this endless conversation at receiver, the Bills are right now, I mean, we talked to the GM on Monday. We keep using the phrase spicy. It got spicy. Point of clarification. What they're doing at receiver this year is very different from what they did at receiver last year. It is very different. I have the training camp depth chart of last year. Last year, here's their receiver depth chart. Mac Hollins is listed as the number one receiver on one side. Khalil Shakir and Curtis Samuel on the other side. The backups are Keon Coleman, MVS, Tyrell Shavers, Justin Shorter, then Chase Claypool, Brian Thompson, and Xavier Johnson.
Yeah.
While they are still doing Everybody Eats, and they're still doing, didn't spend a high draft pick and didn't spend huge wide receiver one money, which don't let anybody hijack it into being only about receiver one. It is very different than Mac Hollins and Curtis Samuel are your 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Now you have Josh Palmer in that mix. And Elijah Moore, where would he rank on last year's training camp roster? He'd be ahead of MVS.
I would have been thinking about him as their
3?
Their number 2 even, maybe.
Whatever. The point is...
Well, they had paid Samuel, so maybe,
right.
number 3.
Samuel, we wondered about the injuries there. But the point is that they are going in this year spending much more on the position. Palmer is a big upgrade.
Yeah.
So last year...
he should be a lot better than what Cooper was last year.
Right. So, for being to say, I get people asked the questions last year, yeah, those questions were fully warranted, and they went out and traded for Amari Cooper, and then things from there got better. So they are entering this year, while there's a lot of noise about how they're doing it at receiver, it is definitely different than last year. They've invested more at the position than they did last year. Coleman in year 2 is not relying on a rookie, and you see some good things out of him. So that's a step up. Keon Coleman right now versus Keon Coleman this time last year. And Palmer over Hollins is a step up. And again, Cooper wasn't here. So Elijah Moore is a step up over MVS. Just do it on the money. So while the Bills are, trying to take a victory lap on what they did last year, they have followed up last year by going into the season investing more, which I think is a good development, a positive development.
And I think they're better at the position for it.
Yeah.
Just the continued mischaracterization of what the wide receiver debate is this offseason. Bean says, kind of to your point, he says, I understood the questions last year. There were more questions last year.
Yeah, there are fewer questions
There was
this year.
more debate about it. There was more talk about it. This year, sure, there still is some. Part of that is there's not that many positions on this team that are worthy of debate.
Right.
Because their roster is in that state. So that's part of it.
Part of it is a bit of a compliment to say, there's a spot on your team that appears to be a little, lighter than others.
it's also a compliment to say, I think there is a lot less talk about the position and debate about the position. I'd say there's none this year because I think a lot of people think the position's better.
Yeah.
And everyone liked Matt Collins, and Cooper did some nice things while he was here, but I don't see anybody making the argument that Palmer and now Moore into the fold is an upgrade over those two.
And not even Cooper in that spot. Palmer and Moore, the flip from last year is Mac Hollins and MVS.
Right.
That's really the difference from last year to this year. That's a step.
Yeah. MVS he's a one-trick pony, and Moore, he doesn't have to be great. Moore could catch 5 passes this year, for all we know. He could also catch 60.
Right.
But, the skill set is the big difference there. Valdez-Scantling was a one-trick pony even at his best. He was a guy that could run down the field, had severe drop problems his whole career. And Moore is somebody that, if he works, should be able to do everything for you. And that is very different. If MVS worked out, he was doing one thing for you well. And Moore, if he works out, I think Moore's doing everything for you.
And they might want
slot, outside, downfield, underneath. He's a well-rounded skill set that just hasn't put it together yet.
803-0550. We started on Kincaid, got a couple calls on receivers there as well. And a big trade in the NFL. We've not yet seen the compensation, but George Pickens on his way to Dallas. Instant fantasy reaction, Joe. Pickens is now an upgrade. He goes to a much better offense.
Yes, he's got a better
quarterback.
quarterback.
Plays with a stud quarterback as opposed to Mason Rudolph.
He does go from a number 1 to being a number 2.
Well, he was just about to be behind Metcalf, so
right.
Maybe it's a slight downgrade in terms of the depth chart, but, at quarterback, he's a lot better.
Yeah, I think I would want to tank my Metcalf shares.
Sell?
I don't know what you'd get for him right now. I wouldn't be optimistic. What's Metcalf going to have for them? They're not going to be very well-rounded. Their passing game is going to be just focus on Metcalf and you're good.
Yeah.
So I don't know how well he's going to do there.
803-0550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Video games. Are you aware of the lawn mowing simulator game?
Yes, but I can't. I don't believe anyone's ever purchased that.
It's got 3.75 stars at the PlayStation Store. The lawnmower video game. Now I've never done that.
The lawnmower simulator game.
You know what? Let me take a look at it.
There's a goat simulator too. I think.
Let me watch the trailer here.
The trailer.
I have this game actually.
Lawn mowing simulator.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yes. And
have it?
Is it great?
Oh, it's great. Yeah, it's a little clunky sometimes, but once you get the hang of it, it's pretty good.
How often do you play it?
Every once in a while, in the wintertime usually.
See? He wants to
in
scratch
the wintertime.
Do you, now let me ask you this, is it where you kind of level up and you get to outfit your mower with better things? Oh man, maybe I do.
The more lawns you do, the more money you make and the better mowers you can buy.
You know what? This game is $20. I think I might have found why I didn't.
$20.
That's why I didn't spend the $30 on the bigger mower. Now I can get the game for the same price, and I can do more mowing.
Right. You saved $30 on the real mower, so you could buy the lawnmower simulator game.
Look at this. I'm watching the trailer. You can mow the grounds at a castle. Who doesn't want to do this?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Some of the reviews are funny. Who cares about shooters, RPGs? We've transcended. We're mowing lawns now. All right, we'll put that Twitter poll up and put the poll up in the chat. Do you like to mow the lawn? It's going to win yes, right?
And I can't believe that more people are saying yes than no. At the moment, it's 70% yes and 30% no.
75-25. I would expect it to win. Yeah. I'm trying to think of. I learned to mow the lawn maybe when I was 10. I've told this story on the air before. My mom made me wear goggles.
Goggles?
Yeah, because she's afraid that this is the kind of mom.
Grass was going to shoot up in your eyes?
Like a stone or a wood chip or a mulch was going to fly out of the mower and hit me in the eyes. She made me wear goggles.
It's a good idea. I've had a stone hit me in the face many times.
She worried about those kind of things, and she was always very much on those. So, since I've been 10, and back when I was a kid, we had a decent-sized lawn to mow. That would take me an hour and 20 minutes, just not on a rider, just walking and pushing the whole thing. We had a good-sized lawn.
Yeah.
So as soon as you taught me how to do that, I probably didn't like it when I was 10, but it didn't take long to enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to talk about that viral picture that I saw with Dalton Kincaid.
Yep.
He had a couple. I saw Jeremy. I saw you reply to that thigh doctor. It looks like he's got 2 knee braces on still, and it was a little perplexing because the coach wanted him to put on some weight, but he's still looking pretty skinny. Actually, he looks a little smaller than last year. What do you guys think about his physique?
Thanks, John. I did see this picture. If you haven't seen this, this is one of those times we can catch you up on like what's happening on Twitter. Mm-hmm. So yes, Thigh Doctor. There's a Twitter account. I believe it's a former athletic trainer of some sorts. A little bit of a mystery man, deep throat, water Thigh Doctor.
Yeah.
And we'll often look at injuries and say, looks like it might be this. Look at a certain brace. Look at a certain wrap. And a lot of accuracy to it, but you take it with the grain of salt that it is. You take it for, this is just a person looking at a picture. That said, I think there's reason to say sometimes that there's good information to gather from it. Anyway, Thigh Doctor, tweeted a picture from Bills minicamp, OTAs, whatever they are, phase 1. And the picture is of Kincaid. It says, what do you notice? And he is wearing 2 knee braces or 2 different things on his knees. And the rest of the comments are everyone thinking he looks thin.
Yeah.
And the idea that he's going to bulk up this offseason has not happened. It's a distant picture. It's a blurry picture. You've seen the picture?
I've seen the picture, yeah.
Everyone's seen the Okay, so maybe you haven't seen it, but if you search Thigh Doctor on Twitter, you'll see it. I don't know if it means he's thin. I don't know if you step on a scale, do a body weight, whatever. Mm-hmm. But the idea being that it's got some Bills fans to really focus in on Kincaid. And while we've spent, 8 days plus 3 years arguing about wide receivers, it really does feel like it's all going to come to a head on Kincaid. And that what the replies to this picture revealed to me is the number of Bills fans or observers that are either ready for him to break out, hopeful he will, or ready to jump on him if he doesn't.
In the playoffs last night, the Carolina Hurricanes winning in overtime over Washington, 2-1. Jacob Slavin scoring in OT to get a Game 1 lead for the Hurricanes. The Oilers erased a 2-0 deficit to beat Vegas 4-2 and take Game 1 in that series. Tonight, Panthers and Maple Leafs. Sam Bennett was not suspended for his elbow to the head of Anthony Stolarz. 7 o'clock puck drop. Toronto leads series 1-0 tonight. 9:30 for Stars and Jets. That's a Game 1. In the NBA, the Pacers make up a 7-point deficit with less than 50 seconds to go to beat the Cavaliers. Tyrese Halliburton with a 3-pointer with 1 second to play to win it for Indiana. They're up 2-0. The Warriors beat the Timberwolves by 11 without Steph Curry. Curry left in the second quarter with a hamstring injury and did not return. In the NFL, George Pickens traded this morning from Pittsburgh to Dallas in exchange for, according to Jordan Schultz, a third-round pick and then also a day 3 pick swap. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
He's a veteran player that had a successful college career, ended up in, I believe, 2 places in the NFL, experienced some success. We see quickness, we see football ability. Now it's, hey, let's get him into our building, our culture, our environment, our offense, and see what he can do.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott, that's on Elijah Moore. Trade today in the NFL. We still don't know the compensation. Adam Schefter's latest is the trade between Pittsburgh and Dallas expected to include a third-round pick and other pick swaps. That's what George Pickens goes to the Cowboys for. Pickens to the Cowboys, and a third-round pick and other swaps.
Yeah.
So it's probably a third and what? A fifth for the sixth and a sixth for a seventh or something like that.
It's kind of... I mean, that's not a trade that I am mad the Bills didn't make at all. Because... he's fine. He's a good player, but I don't love the type of receiver he is, and it's not just the third-round pick. It's that he might not be great, and I have to pay him after this year.
There are a lot of questions
I have to pay him a lot. Like, if I'm going to pay a receiver a big contract, I think I want a better player and a different type of receiver.
You might want someone that goes out on every play. A lot of
that too.
The Pickens stuff is that he doesn't go all out every play.
Right. That's right. And I would want a guy that separates. I don't know, like, this doesn't have to be Pickens, and he's younger, right? Because he was drafted like really young. But a lot of those slower, big body, downfield, contested catch guys don't really last forever. Like there's a wall. Thinking about Kenny Galladay for this.
There's a name for
who's like, does he even exist anymore?
Presumably exists.
He got a huge contract from the Giants a couple years ago, and then he just vanished.
Never went anywhere, yeah. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Viral video, the Ravens have a new kicker. They've released Justin Tucker for football reasons, finger quotes.
Yeah.
They don't want to just say what it was for. He did have a rough year.
Yeah, he was terrible.
They can kind of stand on football reasons to a point. They have a rookie kicker, the Ravens do, named Tyler Loop.
Yeah.
What do you know about Tyler Loop?
All I know is that was he a 6th-round pick?
Yes.
I saw the Ravens drafting him and assumed that was the end of Justin Tucker. But
they drafted him, and there's video of him hitting a 75-yard field goal.
Really?
Yes. Kicking it through the uprights from 75 yards.
Mm-hmm. You saw, there's a video of this?
Yes.
Can I be nitpicky and ask, like, okay, so is he kicking off a tee?
It's not a tee.
Against open air?
It's not a tee. It's one of those automatic holder things, like where it puts it on the ground. It's not a tee.
Okay.
So it's off the deck.
Off the deck.
If you want to say it that way. 75 yards off the deck through the uprights.
Okay. Would it have cleared, the other nitpicky thing, would it have cleared a line that was trying to block it?
That's a good question.
Because if you get a kickoff goes 75 yards, it's very different than a field goal that goes 75 yards.
That's right. This led me to go down this rabbit hole where I looked at Tyler Loop's draft profile.
Yeah.
Like, what do you say for a kicker for strengths and weaknesses? And I'm telling you, I hope to deliver here a hilarious weakness. I want you to think. I'm going to give you the strengths. Yes. I want you to think, what is the funniest possible weakness / minus that a draft profiler would put in a draft report? Tyler,
about a kicker.
This is about a kicker. This is a kicker. So Lance Zierlein, NFL.com. You know, they're going through the things that he does well. Highly experienced, consistency of ball flight, plants field goals from 50+, way up in the net, make from 62, not a shock. He did that in college. When he misses, it's left. He did miss 2 extra point attempts in 2024. He should handle kickoff duties. Strengths, 6 of 9 from 50+, and hit one from 62. Whip-like action for leg power. Kicks with NFL trajectory and ball flight. Has kickoff power. Capable as an emergency punter. Then we are on to...
You could put that under any kicker.
Anybody could be an emergency punter?
Every single draft profile for eternity about a kicker is capable of being an emergency punter.
Are you ready? Let's all play. Let's play the home version of this game. Josh, hit me with NFL music. It's a quick game. We're gonna have some fun. Owen, I want you to have a guess. Josh, a guess. Everybody out there, have a guess. What is a weakness for a kicker? Lance Zierlein has a weakness on the draft profile for Tyler Loop, new Ravens rookie kicker, 6th-round pick. I hand the floor to you with your guesses.
Okay, Tyler Loop occasionally will completely miss the football.
Oh, that seems like a major flaw. It seems undraftable.
Yeah, like a golfer that swings so hard that once in a while he's just going to miss the ball entirely.
I did that.
Practice swing,
with you, Jeremy.
Practice swing.
Hold on. You said it. I was not going to rat you out for that. I was waiting for you to admit that. Last time Owen and I went and played, he missed the ball. He missed the ball.
I swung so hard.
He missed the ball.
No. Is that worse than hitting the ball
2 inches into the ground? It's debatable.
I think it's worse.
It's debatable.
I think it might be worse.
It's pretty.
How about refuses to tackle?
Refuses to tackle.
Like kickoffs?
Is it that he kicks the ball too far on kickoffs?
No.
Pops the ball.
No.
How about occasionally you will decide to just pick up the ball and start running? Like on a field goal?
Wild man.
Like the punter holds the ball and instead of kicking it, he just has the urge, I'm just going to grab it.
He calls his own number.
Okay.
Yeah. No. These are all good guesses for the funniest weakness on a kicker scouting report possible.
Small feet.
Loop.
There are
Small
two
feet.
There are 2 listed weaknesses. One had 2 kicks blocked in 2023. All right. That's on there.
Hits the ball too low.
Okay. Nope.
What's the Newman clip from Seinfeld? He doesn't work in the rain. I don't work in the rain.
I'll give it to you. You ready? Lance Zierlein.
Yeah.
The scouting report on Ravens rookie kicker Tyler Loop, who was in a video hit a 75-yarder. I think this might introduce us to the concept of a diva kicker. Weaknesses. Makes it known when he's disappointed with the holder.
Oh, wow.
How about a diva kicker?
A diva kicker. I thought when you said diva kicker, I thought you'd be like, gets mad, like he's going to get mad at Harbaugh when it's 4th and 1 and he doesn't kick the field goal.
He's Ray Finkel.
You know what I mean? Like throws his arms up. Like, I want the field goal. Don't go for it on 4th and 1.
That's funny, too.
But he's yelling at the holder?
He makes it known when he's mad at the holder. Did you know that was a thing that could possibly be on a kicker scouting report?
I don't think I've ever seen it happen.
There you go.
You ever seen a kicker, like, go off on the punter, the holder?
Ray Finkel with Dan Marino. That's about it.
Oh, I didn't even know what that reference was. Ray Finkel. Wait, was Dan Marino the holder?
Oh, boy. Oh, my God.
Wait. Oh, is this Ace Ventura?
Yes.
Oh, that's why.
Okay. You saved it. You've seen it.
Yeah.
You know it. Okay. You've saved it. That was close. That was close, Joe.
Close. I thought I'm like, was Marino the holder at some point? Like Romo was the holder?
Man,
Romo should have got screamed at for that playoff game.
For the drop on the snap?
Yeah. Yeah, that's not a great one. To what extent is he going off on the holder?
Don't you want to go
parading him like right after the field goal? Like, I want to see what this looks like.
Hand on the face mask, pulls him in. What are you doing? Laces out.
I said laces out. What else could you really be mad about? I guess you could drop it, but
yeah,
there's angles to the ball, I'm sure, right?
Kicker, not a good teammate.
Well, the holder competition in Baltimore is going to be a big one.
We had Holdgate once, or whatever, Hold-a-Palooza.
Oh, with Matt Ariza?
Yeah, to see if he could hold.
He couldn't hold. Yeah.
He could. He showed he could well enough. Anyway, there you go. There's the update on Tyler Loop. I learned that that's something you could do in a scouting report.
To a point where it's a negative. Yeah.
803-0550. The Steelers cycle continues.
I want them to be bad so much. Aren't they going to be bad?
This might be the year for it.
Don't they have to finally be bad? This was New England. New England, it was forever. Belichick, the defense, they'll never be terrible. And then they were terrible. They just showed up one year and they didn't have it, and they were terrible. And I gotta believe that day is coming for Pittsburgh.
Well, if they got a third for Pickens, and They didn't have a second rounder this year. They didn't take the quarterback. They don't get Rodgers, and it's just Rudolph.
It is just Rudolph right now, isn't
Yep.
it? Who's the backup?
Boy.
Do they have another name on the roster even?
Wow, who's the backup Pittsburgh?
It's amazing. Like, Cleveland's got 5 guys
Right.
that could all, like, none of them are good, but all, like, are reasonable. Like, oh, that guy could play at some point during the year. If Rudolph stinks, which is very likely, they don't even have, Will Howard. Who's a 6th-round rookie. I shouldn't say, like, Will Howard. Like, he's a 6th-round pick. Like, that's their number 2 at the moment. They're going to be terrible. Robert Woods is playing on this offense at his age. Like, I can't believe they won't be terrible finally.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
But you really start looking at for some of this is like strength of schedule. I saw the Bills have the 6th easiest schedule in the league this year?
Yeah.
Which is all their road schedule for the most part.
It's a top-heavy schedule, and past that, it's like 5 marquee games, and the rest, the Bills, the over-under for road wins this year has got to be 6.5. I mean, maybe 7.5.
It's like 10 games against non-playoff teams from last season.
Not bad.
Hey, Bills fans, be sure to come meet Greg Rousseau, Bills defensive end, Wednesday, May 14th, 4 to 5 p.m. at the Quaker Crossing Verizon store. That's 3500 Amelia Drive in OP, Orchard Park. While you're there, you can enter for a chance to win an exclusive Bills experience that will include tickets to the home opener, which we'll find out next week what that will be, post-game field access at that opener, and a $250 gift card to the stadium store, courtesy of Verizon.
Video games. Are you aware of the lawn mowing simulator game?
Yes, but I don't believe anyone's ever purchased that.
It's got 3.75 stars at the PlayStation Store, the lawnmower video game. Now, I've never done that.
The lawnmower simulator game.
You know what? Let me take a look at it.
There's a goat simulator too, I think.
Let me watch the trailer here.
The trailer.
I have this game, actually.
Lawn mowing simulator?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yes. And
you have it?
Is it great?
Oh, it's great. Yeah. It's a little clunky sometimes, but once you get the hang of it, it's pretty good.
How often do you play it?
Every once in a while. In the wintertime, usually.
See? He wants to
in
scratch
the wintertime.
Do you, now let me ask you this, is it where you kind of like level up and you get to outfit your mower with better things? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Maybe I do.
The more lawns you do, the more money you make, and the better mowers you can buy.
You know what? This game is $20. I think I might have found why I didn't.
$20.
That's why I didn't spend the $30 on the bigger mower. Now I can get the game for the same price, and I can do more mowing.
Right. You saved $30 on the real mower so you could buy the lawnmower simulator game.
I mean, look at this. I'm watching the trailer. You can mow the grounds at a castle. Who doesn't want to do this?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Some of the reviews are funny. Who cares about shooters, RPGs? We've transcended. We're mowing lawns now. All right, we'll put that Twitter poll up and put the poll up in the chat. Do you like to mow the lawn?
Uh-huh.
It's going to win yes, right?
And I can't believe that more people are saying yes than no. At the moment, it's 70% yes and 30% no.
75-25. I would expect it to win. Yeah. I'm trying to think of. I learned to mow the lawn maybe when I was 10. I've told this story on the air before. My mom made me wear goggles. Like
goggles?
Yeah, because she's afraid that this is the kind of mom.
Grass was going to shoot up in your eyes?
No, like a stone or a wood chip or a mulch was going to fly out of the mower and hit me in the eyes. She made me wear goggles.
It's a good idea. I've had a stone hit me in the face many times.
She worried about those kind of things, and she was always very much on those. So, yeah, since I've been 10, and back when I was a kid, we had a decent-sized lawn to mow. That would take me an hour and 20 minutes, just not on a rider, just walking and pushing the whole thing. We had a good-sized lawn.
Yeah.
So as soon as she taught me how to do that, I probably didn't like it when I was 10, but it didn't take long to enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
Caller on Kincaid earlier, there's a picture going around of him from Bill's phase 1 of workouts, and people are kind of just, whether they're extracting from the picture that he's got knee braces or wraps, or extracting that he looks thin. I mentioned this in the first hour. Good morning, by the way, Jeremy and Joe, if you're just joining us. That the thing I learned from the picture was not a takeaway. I'm not sitting here looking at this picture thinking, clearly I can see his play strength or anything like that. The takeaway is that Kincaid is under the microscope as much as anybody on this team right now. Yeah. That's what I got.
Yeah.
The two players that are maybe the most, let's see what they've got, are Kincaid and Coleman. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of what Bean is leaning on when he's bullish on his pass catchers group. Is his last 2 top picks of the draft before this last one were pass catchers for Josh Allen to try and invest in the position and see if they can get something out of him. So for Kincaid, there's a little bit of what do they want him to be. You want him to be bigger and stronger and have play strength and be more of a – would that mean sacrificing smoothness? Would that mean sacrificing speed? Would that mean giving up a little bit of the pass catching for a little bit more play strength? I don't know that it has to be that.
Does he look like to you that he has any of that?
Play strength? Or
speed and fluidity maybe is one thing that he's got. He had, until last year, unbelievable hands. College and then his rookie season, it felt like any ball that was near him, he was going to come down with.
He's supposed to be the best pass catcher in the draft, and his first year was incredibly efficient. He caught everything.
Yep, so that could have just been an off year for him because last year with the drops and, I mean, even that play at the end, which is less of a drop, but, you know, that doesn't line up with the rest of his career, including college.
Yeah.
So I might expect that will bounce back, but I also don't know. I don't know what does it look like if he does take that monster step forward. Like, okay, he becomes one of the great tight ends in football. Welcome back. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy had to run out. Not a, family emergency, if you will, but not like nothing bad, nothing serious. Hey, the ride for Roswell is coming up. I will be riding, so be sure to take part for Team WGR. You can head to rideforroswell.com as we try to reach our goal. Saturday, June 28th. So sign up, and once you join our team, you'll get an email where you could pick up your team t-shirt and water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. And if you're not a rider, you could still help support our cause and help us reach our goal. Visit WGR550.com for details. 803-0550 is the phone number. DK Metcalf is alone in that Steelers offense after George Pickens was traded today. I was thinking about Cooper a little bit for Pittsburgh. Amari Cooper is still available. I don't think he is at all an option for the Bills anymore. I mean, their room is, I think, set. They needed one more guy after the draft, and they did it. They signed Elijah Moore. So I don't think there's a spot for Cooper. And really, like Sal always bring up, like you got 90 guys, right? 90 guys come to training camp, and you got to fill out the roster. But I would be more inclined to think they will fill out that room for training camp and mini camp and OTAs and all of that with undrafted free agent guys, younger players, not Cooper, not players at that age and of that ilk. Would be my guess. I think a third-round pick, by the way, is a lot for Pickens with the contract coming up because it could be 1 year. They can franchise tag him. Dallas is notoriously slow at getting contract negotiations done, so we'll see if they could sign him. The report in the last couple minutes is there has been no negotiation before the trade. Like there was no, hey, there's a deal worked out between Pickens and the Cowboys with this deal, so they have to do that. And I don't know if they will. So 1 year of Pickens, if that's all it is, for a third, that's not a great number for me. And paying him what it'll cost to keep him, he's not my favorite player for that. So I do kind of like the deal for Pittsburgh. I just don't think Pittsburgh has anything left on offense now. And I think they're about to have a really bad year. Matt Miller from ESPN just tweeted out, this is the worst Steelers roster of the Mike Tomlin era.
The graphics up there right now, you've got DK Metcalf, Pat Freiermuth, Calvin Austin, and Robert Woods.
That's their core
on
offense. Jalen Warren's a nice running back, but that'll only get you so far. Tough. Pittsburgh, who is on the Bills' schedule this year, by the way, at home. 803-0550 is the phone number. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills, will preview rookie minicamp. We'll talk a little bit about Dalton Kincaid, who's been a focal point of our discussion this morning, what that looks like if he takes a massive step. I also want to ask Joe about last year's draft class. How much contribution should we expect from last year's draft class this season for the Bills? All that coming up with Joe Marino coming up next. It's Jeremy and Joe. You can get your phone calls in as well. This is WGR.
Video games. Are you aware of the lawn mowing simulator game?
Yes, but I don't believe anyone's ever purchased that.
It's got 3.75 stars at the PlayStation Store, the lawnmower video game. Now, I've never done that.
The lawnmower simulator game.
You know what? Let me take a look at it.
There's a goat simulator too, I think.
Let me watch the trailer here.
The trailer.
I have this game, actually.
Lawn mowing simulator?
Yeah. Come on.
Yes. And
you have it?
Is it great?
Oh, it's great. Yeah. It's a little clunky sometimes, but once you get the hang of it, it's pretty good.
How often do you play it?
Every once in a while. In the wintertime, usually.
See? He wants to scratch
the wintertime.
Now, let me ask you this. Is it where you kind of level up and you get to outfit your mower with better things? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Maybe I do.
The more lawns you do, the more money you make, and the better mowers you can buy.
You know what? This game is $20. I think I might have found why I didn't.
$20.
That's why I didn't spend the $30 on the bigger mower. Now I can get the game for the same price, and I can do more mowing.
Right. You saved $30 on the real mower so you could buy the lawnmower simulator game.
I mean, look at this. I'm watching the trailer. You can mow the grounds at a castle. Who doesn't want to do this?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Some of the reviews are funny. Who cares about shooters, RPGs? We've transcended. We're mowing lawns now. All right, we'll put that Twitter poll up and put the poll up in the chat. Do you like to mow the lawn?
Uh-huh.
It's going to win yes, right?
And I can't believe that more people are saying yes than no. At the moment, it's 70% yes and 30% no.
75-25. I would expect it to win. Yeah. I'm trying to think of. I learned to mow the lawn maybe when I was 10. I've told this story on the air before. My mom made me wear goggles.
Goggles?
Yeah, because she's afraid that this is the kind of mom.
Grass was going to shoot up in your eyes?
No, like a stone or a wood chip or a mulch was going to fly out of the mower and hit me in the eyes. She made me wear goggles.
It's a good idea. I've had a stone hit me in the face many times.
She worried about those kind of things, and she was always very much on those. So, yeah, since I've been 10, and back when I was a kid, we had a decent-sized lawn to mow. That would take me an hour and 20 minutes, just not on a rider, just walking and pushing the whole thing. We had a good-sized lawn.
Yeah.
So as soon as she taught me how to do that, I probably didn't like it when I was 10, but it didn't take long to enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. So I would love to say they could go trade 9 for, some established veteran player. I remember when Corey Schneider got traded for the 8th or 9th pick. But
wouldn't they have to trade it for? Put it this way. This is kind of a good way to ask it. Jason Zucker on defense. Should they trade the 9th pick for Jason Zucker on defense? Include the age. 33.
33.
I'll say yes. Sure. Why not? Because the Sabres have been for a long time allergic to older players, and every single time a player would come up, it'd be, maybe that guy's a little too old for us. And he'd be 26.
And meanwhile, they've been the youngest team in the league every single year.
And Greenway and Zucker show up. How about the 9th pick for Zucker on defense?
Yeah.
If that's out there, a team that thinks, this guy's a little older, we could use to get a little younger.
Yeah, it's hard to say no, especially when, I don't know, does it feel like their number one need on their roster that they're going to go after this offseason is a veteran defenseman to play with Owen Power?
There it is. We'll give you the 9th pick.
And boom, there's your power partner.
There it is. Jason Ducker,
Can I be
defenseman named Zucker.
Can I be nitpicky and make sure he's not on a 1-year contract? Does that even matter?
And
how about he's on a 3-year deal?
How about
at 33?
Sure, you're right. You don't want a rental on the 9th overall.
That's
how
what I
about
mean.
2 years? He's under contract for 2 years, and if it goes well, you can work on keeping him.
And he's good?
He's Zucker. He's everything.
And Zucker's good.
Everything
right?
Zucker brought to the team on at forward on defense. 9th overall pick.
Yeah, I'm in. Of course I'm in.
They would be accused of overpaying for sure.
Whatever. Sometimes I feel like they don't make moves because of that fear.
Yeah.
The fear of looking like you overpaid. A lot of crazy action in the playoffs yesterday, a lot of it in the NBA side. We'll start in the NHL. The Hurricanes win in overtime, 2-1 over the Capitals. They deserve to win that one on the shot count. The Capitals only had 14 shots on goal. Carolina takes game 1. Jacob Slavin scored the winner. The Oilers come back from 2 down to beat Vegas 4-2 and take game 1 in that series in Vegas. Tonight, Game 2 between the Maple Leafs and the Panthers. Sam Bennett did not get any supplementary discipline from the NHL for his elbow to Anthony Stolarz. So Bennett will play in the game. And no word on Stolarz yet, who was out of the hospital yesterday morning. That's at 7. 9:30, Stars and Jets. Game 1 of that series later tonight. In the NBA, the Cavaliers finding a way to blow a 7-point lead with less than 50 seconds to play to the Indiana Pacers. Tyrese Halliburton made a free throw, missed the second one, got his own rebound, and hit a game-winning three-pointer with 1 second to play. Pacers up 2-0 in that series. The Warriors win over the Timberwolves. Steph Curry left the game with a hamstring injury and did not return. Road teams are 5-0 to start the second round in the NBA. In the NFL, we have a trade over the last couple of minutes. George Pickens being sent to the Dallas Cowboys for multiple draft picks, although it has not been reported yet what the draft pick compensation is, but Pickens to Dallas. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think buying into that is why this team is so good. Obviously, like, we live in a copycat league, but you guys have been showing that works. You have to respect that. As a player, you have to respect it. As a coach, you have to respect it as a fan. What they're doing over here is definitely something special. So for me to make the opportunity to open up and to say yes to it, and for them to say yes to it, obviously in a agreement, you would have to be okay with anything that they have presented to me. And we are in agreement with pretty much everything.
Newest Bills wide receiver Elijah Moore doing his media rounds this week. A little bit on Everybody Eats there. Correction, by the way, from the update. So we do know the compensation. It's a third-round pick going to Dallas and then a pick swap on day 3 between the Steelers and the Cowboys. Third-round pick going from Dallas to Pittsburgh. George Pickens to the Cowboys. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy had to duck out here on this Wednesday. We have an open segment coming up after this one to get some of your phone calls in, so you can line them up now if you want. But on the West Her Hotline, we have Locked On Bills, Bills Squad, NFL Scouting. Joe Marino is on the West Her Hotline. Morning, Joe. And that Pickens trade, how does that hit you? It was not a deal at all that I was ever thinking about for the Bills, and I guess I'm a little surprised he went for a day 2 pick, given that he has to be signed.
Yeah, I like the trade a lot for the Steelers. Obviously, George Pickens is a good football player, but I think he's redundant with what they have in DK Metcalf. Obviously, a personality and person that seems very questionable in terms of the football character. And, you got to start thinking about, are you really going to pay this guy? Are you going to commit long-term to this player? And I think for them to be able to flip him for, it looks like a third-round pick and then a swap of a 7 for a 5, I think that's a pretty good deal for Pittsburgh. Now, it doesn't help them this year, but I think the questions about Pittsburgh this year just are mounting, right? Like, who's going to play quarterback? Is it really going to be Mason Rudolph? Are they going to sign up for this Aaron Rodgers circus? That feels complicated. But I think that's the challenge of being a team that's, wins 9 or 10 games, gets into the playoffs, gets smoked in the playoffs, like a good team. Like the remainder of the team here is really good, but Pittsburgh hasn't been able to find a quarterback, right? And they haven't really had a lot of great opportunities to find one because, they're not picking particularly high in the draft, but it is kind of probably for Steelers fans, a very frustrating situation to feel like you're a quarterback away and you're still no closer to the quarterback. Yeah. I guess I get it for Dallas, too. They needed to get another weapon to go with CeeDee Lamb. Now, they got a lot invested in a couple of recent trades in Jonathan Mingo and George Pickens. Obviously there's a lot into Dak Prescott and his health and Schottenheimer as the coach and what he's been able to mean to Dak Prescott. So I think it puts a little bit of pressure on them. But I really do like this trade for Pittsburgh. And, I don't think you want to stay committed to Pickens. So here's your exit ramp, and they took it.
Right. Their whole existence for me, if I'm a Steeler fan, it's just what's my path to getting a quarterback, and maybe this is the year where they finally don't win 8 or 9 games. Like the roster presents itself where, like Matt Miller just tweeted this out, like this is the worst roster of Mike Tomlin's career. So maybe it finally falls off, if you would even agree with that. And we'll get to the Bills obviously here, but I feel like a lot of the post-draft discourse about them, Joe, has been more about just that they didn't take a swing on a quarterback earlier. And I don't know how egregious that is. Like, doing it in round 1, I think is perfectly acceptable for what they got to not do it. I don't know. Should they have picked Jalen Milroe or Sanders at some point earlier? Like, I don't think that's a crazy take.
Yeah, I can certainly understand that line of thinking, but it almost reminds me a little bit of like drought-era Bills, where there was a lot of criticism. Why didn't they get Brady Quinn? Why didn't they get Jimmy Clausen? Yeah, it's like, I don't know. You kind of compound your issues if you don't actually believe in the quarterback, right? Like, it doesn't help you to just take a quarterback just to do it. I think you have to have some level of belief that they can be an answer for you. And I don't know, maybe Mason Rudolph can be the perfect tank merchant for this team. Or, I mean, they won games with him down the stretch, right? They did. Script. I mean, they run the ball, play good defense, opportunistic on special teams, and like your quarterback just doesn't lose the game. And that's a tough formula, but you can win enough games to keep yourself in the mix. But I mean, they're probably tired of this path of, all right, there's a ceiling on this, and you're going to get bounced in the playoffs by some team that has a legit quarterback. So I'm not sure I have much criticism for not taking a quarterback that you don't believe in. I think I would probably say, why weren't you a team that was very aggressive to like move way up? Why couldn't you been the team that goes and gets a Bo Nix or gets in the range to get a Michael Penix or should you have been the Baker Mayfield team? Should you have been the Sam Darnold team? Those are probably where I would find more criticisms than, okay, I get it. You don't like Shedeur Sanders. You don't like Jalen Milroe. Those are players with their own set of questions. And, maybe this is a team that should have been more aggressive in other ways.
Right. Rudolph, by the way, right. He starts a playoff game against the Bills, 3-0 in that down the stretch portion of the season in 2023. Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast, Locked On NFL Scouting as well, on the Western Hotline. All right, Joe, so rookie minicamp this week, and we went through the draft a lot with you last week. I wanted to start, though, with, this is the beginning of a journey for some of those day 3 guys to make the team. And this happens, right? Like every year there's a draft pick or two at the end that they go through the spring, they go through training camp, and they don't make that final 53-man roster. So thinking about that question and seeing that you got into the Dorian Strong film, I want to ask you about him, because what his uphill battle might be to make this roster as a 6th-round pick. We had Carl Jones on earlier in the week from Channel 4, and he likes Strong a lot. And he's not a player I had thought a lot about since they picked him. So what did you see on tape, and what do you feel like his path is to, how hard is it for him making this team?
Well, Dorian Strong, I think, is a really solid player across the board. You can ask him to play any coverage technique, whether it's off-man, press, zone. He's really comfortable. I think he's generally a pretty good player in terms of physicality and willingness to take on contact and fit the run. I think he's got pretty good ball skills. But I think that's kind of the thing with Dorian Strong, is he's pretty good across the board, like a very strong baseline skill set. And you're kind of wondering, is there a superpower here? Is there something that he can really hang his hat on to be his trump card that's going to force him to stay, in the mix? And maybe it is just, hey, that whatever you need me to do, I can do it at a sufficient level. And so I think that's probably the story there. And, obviously the Bills have to make choices between a guy like him or Dane Jackson, where, Dane Jackson has started 28 games for the Bills, probably a similar light as you would talk about Dorian Strong, where, hey, you're not terrible in any one area, but, maybe you don't have a superpower, but there is a proven special teams background with Dane Jackson, and you start talking depth corners, and that matters a ton. And, even where I think that becomes complicated is you need those special teams contributions from your depth at cornerback, because if you roster Tre'Davious White, he's not going to help in that area. I think he's going to be just like Kyer Elam, where it's either he starts or he's an inactive player, because there's no real value in rostering a guy that can't help you on special teams. And so I think that's what makes it a little bit of a complicated situation. Now, there's probably a lot of value in a 4-year contract on a rookie deal, right? So that's going to be a big trump card for him when you're comparing him to a guy like Dane Jackson. And I think ultimately, the Bills would love for Dorian Strong to be the rostered player over Dane Jackson, but I think that's a legitimate competition, and I think there's feathers in the hat of both sides of that conversation.
Yeah. Strong, by the way, 8.3 on the RAS score, so he's athletic as well. By the way, coverage of Bills rookie minicamp on WGR, presented by Fiegelcar and Joyce, your border attorneys, and by Window Nation, perfect fit for your home and wallet. So Strong, is it fair to say that this would be a class where you'd expect, just because competition, and they'll bring guys in, undrafted guys, veterans, that, there's depth everywhere on this roster, that we could probably see 1 or 2 of these draft picks at the end not making the final roster?
Yeah, and I think that's okay. I know there's a thought out there is, why would you draft somebody if they can't make your roster? I don't know, it happens all the time. And I think especially for teams that are deep like the Bills. Baltimore drafts like 10 to 14 players a year, it seems like, and a lot of them don't make it, right? And that just speaks to that you have a talented roster that's tough to make. That's not necessarily a bad thing. The 2 players, though, that I look at from this draft class that I think have the biggest uphill battle to make it are going to be Chase Lunt, the late 6th-round pick out of UConn, the offensive lineman. Not a natural fit at tackle with 0 percentile wingspan, and at 6'7.5", not a natural fit for the guard position. And we've seen these offensive linemen get drafted late by the Bills and not make it, whether it's Nick Broker, Luke Tenuta, Jack Anderson. I think that he can fall right in line. And so unless the Bills roster 10 offensive linemen, or he beats out one of the 9 returning players from last year, or there's injuries, I think Lunt's got an uphill battle. And then Caden Prather, the receiver, the last pick, 7th round. I think we kind of look at the top 5 receivers, and that's what the Bills roster. They roster 5 receivers. It's Coleman, Shakir, Palmer, Elijah Moore, and Curtis Samuel. Caden Prather's like in this logjam of Jalen Virgil, Tyrell Shavers, Laviska Shenault, KJ Hamler, like all of those guys, in addition to Prather, competing for the Bills to maybe roster 6 receivers, something that they typically don't do. So I think those are the two guys that I think have the biggest uphill battle to be a roster draft pick.
Right. And for Prather, like, you got to, I think, prove that you can do other things, special teams or return game. That's where we had Sal on earlier in the week, Joe, and I don't know if you've thought about return game much at all post-draft here. But the new kickoff rule, changing it a little bit, where it's a little bit more valuable now to kick it because of them moving where the touchback goes to. And, like, Laviska Shenault was a good returner, one of the better returners in the league last season. So I don't know what they're thinking on that front. Have you thought about, like, whether they would even think about rostering 2 returners? Because you have Codrington, and I don't know. He was so good last year, I can't imagine that they would want to move on from him.
I think it's really complicated, Joe. I struggle with this because I think, Brandon Codrington had a really good year as a punt returner, right? I thought he did. But does he bring enough value otherwise that you really don't want him playing corner? And he doesn't play other special teams. It's not like he covers kicks and punts. And, you saw even late in the season last year when he was a healthy scratch in the playoffs and they had Khalil Shakir handle the punt return duties, and that enabled the Bills to have another DB active on game day that can actually play. And so I worry about that. And then for the kick return component, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with you that Laviska Shenault was a very good kick returner last year. I've done an entire film breakdown on that. It's like he had a couple of good moments, but towards the end, like before he got the Seahawks couldn't wait to get rid of him because his last 3 returns, he ran directly into Joe Andreessen and got blown up and then had 2 goofy fumbles. So I don't know if you can really trust him in that role, and I don't think he does enough other things well to really commit a roster spot to him. So I think Shenault, outside of the fact that he has a couple of years with Chris Tabor, which I know is a talking point that people cling to, I'm not sure he's a guy that I think the Bills should be thinking about rostering. And then I think the Bills should hope that Elijah Moore can be their punt returner. He hasn't really done it in the NFL, only 4 returns in the NFL, but he's got almost 80 returns in college. That includes fair catches at Ole Miss. And so can he be your wide receiver 5 and punt returner that then bumps Codrington off your roster because he doesn't do anything besides punt return? And you go back to using the Ray Davis, Ty Johnson combo as your kick returners, which you did late in the season, and they're 25% of the snapbacks. I don't know. That feels like the right formula to me to get the most out of all of those roster spots, as opposed to we're going to roster Shenault just to be our kick returner and Codrington to just be our punt returner. I don't know if there's enough value there for that.
Yeah, to your point, I'm looking now at some of the plays he made last year, and it was a couple of huge returns maybe that inflated his number a little bit, on Shenault at least. Joe Marino is with us on the Western Hotline from Locked On Bills. Joe, I was thinking about this from last year's draft class a little bit. How much impact do you expect that draft class to have going into year number 2? Beyond, Coleman and Bishop are going to be on the field. I think they're going to get an opportunity to grow into their roles and grow into, their roles as players. Past that, some of these guys, you don't get an opportunity unless there's an injury, right? I remember you loving Cedric Van Pran Granger after they draft him, but you're never going to get to see him unless there's an injury, and the Bills have been very healthy up there. So I don't know. How would you look back on last year's draft class right now, 1 year later, thinking about impact going into 25?
Well, I think you do have to start at the top, and Keon Coleman, probably looking at him to be a 75-ish target guy for this offense, and hopefully he can be the player they drafted to be, the X receiver, leverage battle winner. Be good in those contested situations, bring more physicality to the table, be healthy, be the player you were prior to the injury. I think it's that simple. Be that guy for the whole year. Cole Bishop needs to be a starting safety this year. I think that's in the cards for him. I think it was a challenging onboarding system for him, where I don't know if you remember, listening to him talk during OTAs. It's not like the guy was drinking through a fire hose, just saying, "Hey, I'm just trying to learn." He kept on saying, "I'm just trying to learn the system. Just trying to learn the system." It's like, all right, I can tell that's definitely weighing heavily on you. And then you look at camp, and he doesn't get a chance at all because he's hurt, which is such an important part of the install of the defense. And then the next thing you know, he's starting in week 4 against the Texans. And I think the good news about Cole Bishop, while he never became an impact player, I think he went from, oh my goodness, this guy's a liability, to, okay, the defense can function. And now, hopefully, with an offseason under his belt, we can start to feel the impact of the playmaking skills, because obviously he's got a lot of athleticism. The team thinks a lot of him based on, kind of wanting to trade up for him even last year. So I think that's what you need there out of those top two. You need Coleman to be what they drafted him to be, Bishop to be your starting safety and have some impact. And then I think the rest, there is some questions. I think Ray Davis will be similar to what he was last year. And I think that's a good depth player in addition to the kick return upside that he provides. Dwayne Carter, that's a player I'm concerned about. I think the path to snaps for him are very, very complicated with all the additions that the Bills made in the draft. And, maybe he's going to major more in the one-tech position. And you watch him in college, you think, I don't know, I think this is more of a three-tech. So we'll see how that body transformation and kind of a positional shift works for Dwayne Carter. But then I think the rest of it is, we'll see. I think looking at the Cedric Van Pran Granger pick, I liked him a ton, but, what's the path for him to get on the field? It might not be until next year, where Connor McGovern, David Edwards, two starters on the offensive line, they're on expiring contracts. Could he be a successor for either of those players? And I also look at Tylen Grable through the same lens. This is a player I'm very excited about. I thought he was awesome in camp. I thought he was awesome in preseason. He won the swing tackle job twice for this team, going into the season, beating out Ryan Vandemark. And then Grable had a core muscle injury, and then when he came back, he beat out Vandemark again. So I thought he was terrific in preseason, and I think I'm not sleeping on Tylen Grable as a potential successor for David Edwards at left guard, where from a measurables perspective, Grable's literally the exact same size as Edwards, and they tinkered with him during the offseason last year at guard. And so it could be another year or so on some of those guys. We'll see about Javon Solomon. Can he carve out a role as a designated pass rusher? But right now it looks like maybe a starting receiver, a starting safety, a depth running back, and a couple other depth players.
Yeah. And maybe we would take one or two becoming good role players at this point out of those day 3 selections. Joe Marino with us. One other thing I wanted to get to you with, Joe, is me and Jeremy earlier, we got sparked by a caller in the 6 o'clock hour on Kincaid and the season upcoming for him and how important this year is for him. And often you'll hear, like, hey, don't forget Kincaid. Like, when you talk receiver, don't forget about Kincaid. How do you look at, I think for me, like, the biggest two questions I have are, one, if he does take a big step forward, like, what does it look like? Like, how does he win? Some of these tight ends in the league, McBride is jumping over people and Kittle is running through people. And I don't know, when I think of Kincaid, I feel like he should be better at some more of the nuances of the position. And then also how valuable it would be for this offense if he does take that step forward. They already were 30 points a game. Brandon pointed that out. But it's not to say that if he didn't take a step forward, that could be another layer on their offense that they didn't have last season.
Yeah, I think generally people are down on Kincaid. And I think part of that stems from, well, you thought this was going to be a target hog in this offense, 120 targets or something like that. And, the guy that really eats into what was vacated by Stephon Diggs. And, that sort of happened, but not really. And so there's a lot of disappointment from people that picked him high in fantasy. And then your lasting impression is him dropping what should have been an all-time great throw in the history of the NFL from Josh Allen on the 4th and 5 against Kansas City, right? So there's not a lot of good vibes with Kincaid right now. But if I could point to 5 metrics that I think are really critical when you reflect on the season that happened with Dalton Kincaid, I would say, first of all, he was terrific separating, right? Route running, that was always the calling card for Kincaid. He was terrific. Among the 41 tight ends in the NFL to run at least 200 routes in 2024, Kincaid was 8th highest in win rates in the league. And that's actually down from where he was number 4 in the NFL as a rookie. So you have a proven 2-year sample size of upper echelon route running in the NFL. Would like to also point to yards after catch. He was number 4 in tight ends and yards after catch per reception last year at 6.36 yards, and number 6 in missed tackles forced per reception at 0.18. So we've got yards after catch, we've got separation skills. Here's a major problem: uncatchable targets. Among the 41 NFL tight ends with at least 200 routes run in 2024, only 69% of Kincaid's targets were catchable, the lowest in the league. When targeted 10 or more yards down the field, Kincaid's catchable target rate was 37%. Him and Josh Allen got to get on the same page and establish that chemistry so that way they can maximize on Kincaid getting open, which he is at a high clip relative to NFL tight ends. You also had the average depth of target increased. As a rookie, it was 6.5. It jumped to 8.3 in 2024. So there's obviously a bit of a shift in his type of role in the offense, and you could see how maybe the chemistry wasn't affected by that. But then also I want to point to target rate. Even though Kincaid did not hit all the production marks that everybody wanted in 2024, he was featured a ton. He finished the season with the highest rate of targets per route run of any NFL tight end that ran at least 200 routes. So I hope that those 5 metrics tell the story. We have separation. We have yards after catch. We have uncatchable targets. We're being used down the field, which signals a new type of role. And while the raw volume is not impressive, he's still being featured at a frequency that is the most of any NFL tight end right now. So it's got to come together. It's year 3. We've seen it come together for a lot of Bills players in year 3. And let's not be surprised when Dalton Kincaid is the next one, even though it seems like the world is down on the guy right now.
Yeah, really good stuff. If you, by the way, want more on all this, Joe just linked the link to his Substack, Herd Mentality, and you can find that on his Twitter, the Joe Marino. One follow-up on, there might not be an answer to this, but that uncatchable target rate number, is it kind of equal between the two? Like, both of them have to improve on that? There wasn't like all these, or was it there a bunch of plays where Kincaid is just open and Allen's missing him?
Yeah, I think it's mostly that. And part of the article that you referenced, I put every single target in succession from 2024 in a film reel that you can watch. Mm-hmm. And Kincaid's open, and we're missing throws. And look at the throw that he got injured on against the Colts where he hurt his PCL. The dude was wide open. Josh Allen led him out of bounds, and he tries to make the play and smashes his knee. Like, Allen's got to be better for Kincaid. I know that he's the NFL MVP, and he's the best player in the league. Like, all of that's true. But he's got to be better for Kincaid.
Joe Marino. Last thing before, because we will not chat before the schedule release next week, I don't believe. You got what's your favorite home opener? Or even just opener?
Pardon?
Or just even opener, week 1. What would you like to see them start with?
Week 1, home, 1 o'clock, Patriots. Right. I think you put them in an 0-1 hole. They got a million new players, new coaching staff. Get them in week 1, start the year 1-0, and ruin their hype right away. That'd be my plan.
Love it. At the Joe Marino on Twitter, again, you can find that link to that Substack. Good stuff from him. Locked on Bills, Bills Squad, and Locked on NFL Scouting. You're everywhere. So thanks, Joe, again, for taking some time out for us, and we'll talk soon.
All right, thanks a lot.
Joe Marino on the Western Hotline on those metrics on Kincaid are. It really does tell a full story of there is skill there, there is talent there. They've yet to kind of put it all together, and that's why for me, like thinking about the 2 breakout candidates on the Bills offense this year, which I would think are Kincaid and Coleman. Not saying Coleman can't do this, but I would tell you that of the 2, Kincaid is the more likely to break out. Just think there's more ingredients there. It's been confusing about how they're going to put it all together. But I feel like there are more ingredients there with Kincaid to have that breakout than there might be with Coleman. 803-0550 is the phone number. We got an open segment coming up next. I have some numbers on Bills and turnovers. I've been making this point all throughout the offseason about expect some regression the other way. Like, you're not going to have only 8 turnovers again. I looked up the last 11 teams to lead the league in turnovers and what they did the following year. So I got some data to back up how true or untrue this theory I've had about they're going to turn the ball over more. So get to that when we come back, and some open phone lines for you as well. I got some fun stuff planned coming up. Jeremy and Joe, this is WGR.
I just wanted to talk about that viral picture that I saw with Dalton Kincaid.
Yep.
He had a couple. I saw you reply to that side doctor. It looks like he's got 2 knee braces on still, and it's a little perplexing because the coach wanted him to put on some weight, but he's still looking pretty skinny. Actually, he looks a little smaller than last year. What do you guys think about his physique?
Thanks, John. I did see this picture. If you haven't seen this, this is one of those times we can catch you up on like what's happening on Twitter. So yes, Thigh Doctor. There's a Twitter account. I believe it's a former athletic trainer of some sorts. A little bit of a mystery man, deep throat, water. Thigh Doctor.
Yeah.
And we'll often look at injuries and say, looks like it might be this. Look at a certain brace. Look at a certain wrap. And a lot of accuracy to it, but you take it with the grain of salt that it is. You take it for, this is just a person looking at a picture. That said, I think there's reason to say sometimes that there's good information to gather from it. Anyway, Thigh Doctor, tweeted a picture from Bills minicamp, OTAs, whatever they have, phase 1. And the picture is of Kincaid. It says, "What do you notice?" And he's wearing 2 knee braces or 2 different things on his knees. And the rest of the comments are everyone thinking he looks thin.
Yeah.
And the idea that he's going to bulk up this offseason has not happened. It's a distant picture. It's a blurry picture. You've seen the picture?
I've seen the picture, yeah.
Everyone's seen the Okay, so maybe you haven't seen it, but if you search Thigh Doctor on Twitter, you'll see it. I don't know if it means he's thin. I don't know if you step on a scale, do a body weight, whatever. But the idea being that it's got some Bills fans to really focus in on Kincaid. And while we've spent, 8 days plus 3 years arguing about wide receivers, it really does feel like it's all going to come to a head on Kincaid. And that what the replies to this picture revealed to me is the number of Bills fans or observers that are either ready for him to break out, hopeful he will, or ready to jump on him if he does. So
I would love to say they could go trade 9 for, some established veteran player. I remember when Corey Schneider got traded for the 8th or 9th pick. But
wouldn't they have to trade it for, put it this way, this is kind of a good way to ask it. Jason Zucker on defense. Should they trade the 9th pick for Jason Zucker on defense? Include the age. 33.
33.
I'll say yes. Sure. Why not? Because the Sabres have been for a long time allergic to older players, and every single time a player would come up, it'd be, maybe that guy's a little too old for us. And he'd be 26.
And meanwhile, they've been the youngest team in the league every
Forever.
single year.
And Greenway and Zucker show up. How about the 9th pick for Zucker on defense?
Yeah.
If that's out there, a team that thinks, this guy's a little older, we could use to get a little younger.
Yeah, it's hard to say no, especially when, I don't know, does it feel like their number one need on their roster that they're going to go after this offseason is like a veteran defenseman to play with Owen Power?
There it is. We'll give you the 9th pick.
And boom, there's your power partner.
There it is. Jason Ducker,
a
defenseman named Zucker.
Could I be nitpicky and make sure he's not on a 1-year contract? Does that even matter?
And
how about he's on a 3-year deal?
How about
at 33?
Sure, you're right. You don't want a rental on the 9th overall.
That's
how about 2 years? He's under contract for 2 years, and if it goes well, you can work on keeping him.
And he's good.
He's Zucker. He's everything.
And Zucker's good.
Everything
right?
Zucker brought to the team on at forward on defense. 9th overall pick.
Yeah, I'm in. Of course I'm in.
They would be accused of overpaying for sure.
Whatever. Sometimes I feel like they don't make moves because of that fear.
Yeah.
The fear of looking like you overpaid.
Another wild night in the NBA playoffs. The Pacers pull off a crazy comeback with just a minute left, coming back from 7 points down to the Cleveland Cavaliers, winning 120-119, taking a 2-0 series lead in that series. Also last night, Warriors and Timberwolves kick off their series. Warriors win 99-88 despite Steph Curry leaving early. He's in doubt for Game 2 as he has to get an MRI on his hamstring. Over in the NHL, the Oilers beat the Knights last night 4-2. They lead that series 1-0, and the Hurricanes beat the Capitals 2-1 in overtime, outshooting the Capitals, the Capitals only had 14 shots the entire game. Big news this morning in the NFL, a trade. George Pickens is headed to Dallas. The Steelers trade George Pickens to the Cowboys with a 2026 6th-round pick, and the Steelers receive a 2026 3rd-round pick with a 2027 5th-round pick as well. Those are Paddock Chevrolet Sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Yeah, I think generally people are down on Kincaid. And I think part of that stems from, well, you thought this was going to be a target hog in this offense, 120 targets or something like that. And, the guy that really eats into what was vacated by Stephon Diggs. And, that sort of happened, but not really. So there's a lot of disappointment from people that picked him high in fantasy. And then your lasting impression is him dropping what should have been an all-time great throw in the history of the NFL from Josh Allen on the 4th and 5 against Kansas City, right? So there's not a lot of good vibes with Kincaid right now.
Good stuff from Joe Marino, Locked on Bills on Dalton Kincaid. Good stats, good detail. Talk a lot of Kincaid today. We'll get back to that. Okay, one thing Sabres to get to. There's an Elliot Friedman report. Do we call all of the things he says reports? I feel like anything Friedman says is a report. Friedman had steak for dinner last. It's just like his whole existence is a one long report. Before I get to that Sabres thing, it's going to be beautiful today. If you're thinking about golf, be sure to go to getmyperks.com. You get 8 amazing golf experiences with the WGR VIP golf card, and all of it costs just $129. Diamond Hawk Golf Course, beautiful course. Shamrock Hills, the same. Attica's 10th hole and golf course. Bobolinks Golf Course, get your night golf on, par 3. Golf Dojo, get an hour there as well. Your WGR VIP golf card will also get you a free box of Vero X1 golf balls from Encore Golf, and get some deals at Rick Zurek Golf Warehouse on Transit in Bowmansville. And a portion of those proceeds will benefit PGA Hope. So again, for the VIP WGR golf card, go to getmyperks.com. What did Friedman say on 32? Thoughts about the Buffalo Sabres in the last hour? A couple of different notes here, courtesy of the Sabre Report for summarizing it for us on Twitter. Elliot Friedman says that Kevin Adams will indeed be back as the general manager next season. No surprise there. Additionally, they are looking for a senior advisor to work with Adams that has also been in the GM chair before. That is the meat. Three bullet points. That's the meat of it. They're looking for at least a senior advisor that has been in the GM chair before. So, all right, good. I think, right? Good. But then I got distracted by, that's probably the most meaningful part of this, is someone that was a GM before they're looking to hire to be in the Sabres hockey department. Good. But I'm distracted by something else that Friedman said that is probably not important in any way to the future of the Buffalo Sabres, but just drives me up a wall, which is that Eric Stahl is going to be rejoining the organization in some capacity. The beginnings of his journey to becoming a GM. I don't know. Eric Stahl joining the organization. I think I've said a lot of times on this show that the grossest thing that this team has done during the drought might be that they let Eric Stahl wear a Buffalo Sabre uniform. I mean, am I going too far with it? I'm sure I am. I definitely am. But It is easily my most despised team of my lifetime. And I'm sure there are a lot of Sabre fans, maybe they were around 11, 12 years old like me in that time period, and others that loathe that team. The mere mention of the names on that roster will make your skin crawl. Like Chad LaRose. Makes my skin crawl to hear that name. Mike Commodore, Brett Hedican. Hire all of them.
Wow, Brett Hedican.
Let's just do that.
That's a name I forgot about.
As if Sabre fans couldn't be tortured more with a 14-year playoff drought and a constant inability to act and to show aggressiveness into remaking your... There's so many things you could point to. The arena and everything. Let's just pile on top of that. We're just going to be run by the 05-06 Hurricanes now. That'll be fun. Hire them all. Hire Cam Ward to be the goalie coach. Someone messaged him. Why don't they hire Brett Hull? Why stop at the Hurricanes? Let's hire Brett Hull.
What's Lucic up
Let's
to?
hire Chris Neal. Lucic? Sure, right. Bring him in. Bring them all back. Everyone you hate. Let's just bring him in to work for the team. Chara, what's he want to do? He's in good shape, right? He runs the Boston Marathon. Make him the new strength and conditioning coach. Bring Chara in. All these things probably would go pretty well. A lot of these people are like probably, going to work in hockey, and some of them will do well. But just don't get worked up over it. I'm already worked up over it. He's probably going to be like assistant to the general manager. Like it's going to be some nothing title.
It all feels so like it just all gets turned up every step of the way, doesn't it? Like every time I think, I don't have any more capacity to be upset about this, it's over. It just keeps building.
Yeah, it definitely is exaggerated 100-fold because of the drought.
Right.
If they had made the playoffs last year and Eric Stahl got hired by the team,
nobody would care.
I mean, I still wouldn't like it, but I wouldn't really care that much.
I wouldn't care even a little bit.
Because they're bad, it makes us more mad at things. What someone just tweeted in, WGR patron just tweeted in, all caps, by the way, not too far at all. I will not cheer for the Sabres if Eric Stahl is involved. Banned. If you hire Eric Stahl. I almost felt like that I'm telling you, when he wore that Sabre jersey, easily number one. If we did we don't have time today, and there's a summer coming, maybe we can get to this. If I were to power rank the grossest uniforms that not like the design of it, but how did you allow that to happen? Power ranking. Guy in a Bills or Sabre uniform, Eric Stahl is an easy number one. How did you allow that to happen? Him wearing this uniform. He's not even maybe the biggest villain of that team. He's probably the best player.
I mean, just having anyone from that team.
I just don't want to have to think about the 06 Hurricanes ever again.
Really, yeah.
And now they're running the team.
I was way younger than you guys both were, but it's like the earliest sports hatred memories in my head are the Carolina Hurricanes in that season. I remember loving Miller and like Vanek was my hero.
Sure.
And then just getting my heart ripped out.
Oh, it's the most heart-wrenching day as a sports fan of my life still. And it probably will always be. That's, again, like am I even half kidding? I might only be a quarter kidding about all this. The real important thing that Friedman said is that the senior advisor part of it. And Matt Bove just tweeted this out. It was the first name I thought of, too. That when I saw senior advisor, I thought of Rick Dudley. I don't know that he'll be the guy. It could be somebody else. And Dudley has been a general manager, and I know he lives locally.
I was thinking about Rob Blake. Like, I know he'll probably get a better job than that, but like that kind of archetype of guy.
That's why I thought about Dudley, because he's at an age where he wouldn't have aspirations of being a GM again.
Right.
It would be more of a lesser job. Just, hey, can I pick your ear about something? But he doesn't come into the arena every day to work.
What can I help out with a little bit?
Right.
Sort of guide you along the way.
Someone like Dudley, maybe Brian Burke, something like that makes sense.
Yeah, Burke
but good.
Would be awesome.
Like really, the overall here is good that someone that's been a GM before, they're trying to bring into the organization.
I am pleased by that report as well. I think we're going to have it overshadowed right now by our
Just right now.
emotional feelings of, Stahl being back. But I think that will end up being a positive for the team. How much of a difference that makes in the way that Adams makes decisions is probably up for debate. Like, what will he change about his process, if anything?
Right.
That kind of thing is really difficult to project, but I think you need somebody to come in and help him out a little bit.
Yep. We will take a timeout here. Amy Lesikowski is coming on next. We'll talk about the 11-day power play. There is a cool golf event coming up, Par for a Purpose, that we're going to be involved in, so we'll tell you the details about that as well. So a couple of cool events coming up that you can take part in. Stay tuned. That's coming up here on WGR. All right, welcome back. It is Jeremy and Joe here on a beautiful Wednesday. Jeremy had to step out. Amy Lesikowski is joining us here in studio. Hi, Amy. Thanks for popping back in.
Thanks for having me.
So we've got a couple events to talk about. One that's coming up very quickly here. Par for a Purpose in Ellicottville, which I'm very excited for. It's my first year participating in it. It's only the second year of the tournament, right?
It's the second year. Yeah.
Okay. So Holiday Valley Resort, and there's still entries that you can get in on?
Yes. People can still get in at ellicottvilleny.com.
Okay. And that EllicottvilleNewYork.com, EllicottvilleNY.com to sign up for the second annual Par for a Purpose. And the course is beautiful.
It's amazing.
I mean, it's unique. If you've never played it before, especially the back nine.
It's tough, but it's fun.
Definitely tough. Am I cheating if I get to play it this weekend on a bachelor party before I also play it for Par for a Purpose?
Absolutely.
So tell us about what's involved if you do sign up, and then also what the proceeds will go to.
So the Ellicottville Chamber of Commerce, just incredible that they allowed us to be the beneficiary last year for their first event. We're very grateful to be also the beneficiaries this year. It will go towards research, critical, cancer research right here in Western New York. I was able to play last year, and I was a new golfer, and I had a blast. It is beautiful. We've always brought our family to Ellicottville, and our kids just love it. So anybody who's interested, please go to that website and sign up. It is presented by Labatt, and lots of giveaways and things like that. It's just so great that the community is being brought together. Cattaraugus County, everyone's affected by cancer, and it's just awesome to see that area come together, and even some of our players come, and just a great time.
Yeah. Have you taken lessons in the last year? How are you feeling about this year?
Not lessons per se. I've had lots of great friends, help me out there in that end. But
it's fun either way.
It doesn't matter. You don't have to be an excellent golfer. It's scramble, which everybody loves.
Love a scramble.
Lots of fun.
No pressure in a scramble.
Absolutely.
If you go last, I guess there could be some pressure on. So Par for a Purpose again is coming up Monday, May 19th. EllicottvilleNY.com. Sign up. Me, Sal, Jeremy, Nate, we're all playing. And that'll be a great time, of course. It's going to be, cancer's hit close to home for me in the last, little bit here. So it's going to be an emotional day and very important for me this season as well. Not just for Par for a Purpose, though, but I'll be playing the 11-day power play again. And I think that'll be year 6 for me. I can't even keep track anymore. So June 18th, the beginning for the 11-day power play this year?
Yep, puck drops on June 18th, and we go all the way to the 29th of June. We've got more than 3,000 players this year, which is the biggest event we've ever had. 95 teams are coming out, kids, women, all different ages, and it's just really great to see. And we're excited. Crawley Webb is our presenting sponsor this year, and we're ready to hit the ice.
Yeah, can't wait. Harbor Center, the 18th through the 29th of June. 3,000 skaters. How has that progressed over the years?
When we first started the event, it was 1,100. It was, it was much smaller, and, we just kept adding teams each year, and we had a waiting list this year, and I said, you know what, we need to extend it. So we're still 11 days, but we kind of went into the, the 12th day per se. And that's just showing, Buffalo is just an incredible city, and we're a hockey town, and everyone wants to get involved in our fight against cancer.
Yeah. Josh and Owen, you guys playing goalie this year? We've got 2 goalies.
Just Owen is.
Just Owen, you're playing goalie?
Yeah, I'm taking over for Josh, playing net for the WGR team this year. I'm super excited.
It'll go much better when Owen is in net.
Team WGR with Owen in net almost feels like a cheat code a little bit. Volunteers, too, for 11 days. Is that started up yet or closer to the tournament?
Yes. Anyone that is interested in volunteering, you can go to 11daypowerplay.com, and, we need about 300 volunteers. We need referees, so you have to know the game. You don't have to be an official referee.
Yeah.
And that's probably our biggest need right now.
Okay.
But we sell merchandise. We take care of the players behind the scenes and on the bench and serve them food. And so we can't do it alone. We're a very small organization, and 300 volunteers, is typically what it takes, and we still have spots for that as well.
Yeah. And don't yell at the refs when you're out there on the ice. They're helping out. They're one year I think there was something, and I went over to the guy. Just this guy in sweatpants, and he was having a great time and helping out. And volunteers are available there. But again, Par for a Purpose is coming up first, and that'll be coming up on that Monday, May 19th. So.
And I know there is still sponsorships available for the Par for a Purpose event if people would like to get involved in that way. And that's, again, at ellicottvilleNewYork.com. And you can also register your foursome. Let's rally on the fairway and help drive out cancer one swing at a time.
All right. Can't wait. Do you remember what the winning score was last year for the scramble?
I will tell you, I don't remember the score, but it was my son and 3 other 11-day power players. So,
wow.
Yeah.
We have to dethrone Lizakowski there.
Yep. They, I think they were so excited because they were Labatt coolers.
Yeah.
So, of course, the boys were like, oh, we know what we're doing with those coolers.
Yeah. All right. Well, hopefully we're coming for the crown this year. The scrambles are fun. All right. Can't wait. Amy Lizakowski, Par for a Purpose, again, ellicottvilleny.com, and then the 11-day power play as well. Anything else you wanted to make sure we get in, or
no? Just wanted to thank the sponsors who are assisting with the event at the Par for a Purpose. Hole in One sponsors American D&D, Mulligan Master sponsor Ellicottville Salt Cave, Fairway Friends sponsor the Ratchet Hatchet, and the Tea Time Trailblazer sponsor JD Northrup Construction, Ellicottville Now, Fitzpatrick and Weller, and DeFazio Chiropractic. I know they just recently got some new ones as well. I don't have them to say, but thank you all for, supporting it. And we're hoping for a beautiful day out in Ellicottville.
Yeah, now let's just get the weather. Let's get the weather going. Something like today it would take. 60s and sunny?
Oh, perfect.
That would be perfect. All right, Amy Lizakowski. Thanks again, Amy, for popping in.
Thank you so much for having me.
It is Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is out. We will get into some of our turnover conversation that I teased. I got sidetracked with the Eric Stahl thing, but we'll get into that when we come back here on Jeremy and Joe. 803-0550, the phone number. This is WGR.
Video games. Are you aware of the lawn mowing simulator game?
Yes, but I can't. I don't believe anyone's ever purchased that.
It's got 3.75 stars at the PlayStation Store. The lawnmower video game. Now I've never done that.
The lawnmower simulator game.
You know what? Let me take a look at it.
There's a goat simulator too, I think.
Let me watch the trailer here.
The trailer.
I have this game actually.
Lawn mowing simulator.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yes. And
you have it?
Is it great?
Oh, it's great. Yeah, it's a little clunky sometimes, but once you get the hang of it, it's pretty good.
How often do you play it?
Every once in a while, in the wintertime usually.
See, he wants to scratch
the winter time.
Do you now? Let me ask you this: is it where you kind of like level up and you get to outfit your mower with better things? Oh man, maybe.
Yeah. The more lawns you do, the more money you make, and the better mowers you can buy.
You know what? This game is $20. I think I might have found why I didn't.
$20.
It's why I didn't spend the $30 on the bigger mower. Now I can get the game for the same price, and I can do more mowing.
Right. You saved $30 on the real mower, so you could buy the lawnmower simulator game.
I mean, look at this. I'm watching the trailer. You can mow the grounds at a castle. Who doesn't want to do this?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Some of the reviews are funny. Who cares about shooters, RPGs? We've transcended. We're mowing lawns now. All right, we'll put that Twitter poll up and put the poll up in the chat. Do you like to mow the lawn?
Uh-huh.
It's going to win yes, right?
I can't believe that more people are saying yes than no. At the moment, it's 70% yes and 30% no.
75-25. I would expect it to win. Yeah. I'm trying to think of. I learned to mow the lawn maybe when I was 10. I've told this story on the air before. My mom made me wear goggles. Like
goggles?
Yeah, because she's afraid that this is the kind of mom.
grass was going to shoot up in your eyes?
No, like a stone or a wood chip or a mulch was going to fly out of the mower and hit me in the eyes. She made me wear goggles.
It's a good idea. I've had a stone hit me in the face many times.
She worried about those kind of things, and she was always very much on those. So, yeah, since I've been 10, and back when I was a kid, we had a decent-sized lawn to mow. That would take me an hour and 20 minutes, just not on a rider, just walking and pushing the whole thing. We had a good-sized lawn.
Yeah.
So as soon as she taught me how to do that, like I probably didn't like it when I was 10, but it didn't take long to enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
Over in hockey, the Hurricanes win Game 1 over the Capitals last night, 2-1 in overtime, and the Oilers take Game 1 over the Vegas Golden Knights, 4-2. Going on tonight in the NHL, the Panthers and Maple Leafs go on for Game 2. That's at 7 o'clock. Toronto currently leads that series 1-0. And at 9:30, the Stars and Jets kick off their series in Dallas. Moving over to football, there was a trade this morning. George Pickens is headed to Dallas. That is official. The Dallas Cowboys have tweeted that out just a little bit ago. George Pickens and a 2026 sixth-round pick to the Cowboys from the Steelers in exchange for a 2026 third-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Time now for Worst Call Wednesday. Brought to you by Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Center.
Kevin Adams is going to be back. Lindy Ruff is going to be back as head coach. I've heard they've begun to look around for a senior advisor to work with Kevin Adams. And I heard this person will report to Kevin Adams, but they'll work with Kevin Adams. And it's someone who's been in the GM chair before, or someone who's been in a big chair before. That's what they're looking for, to add some experience to their front office, but they will report to Adams. Adams reports to Terry Pagula. I've also heard that Eric Stahl will be joining the organization. Kevin Adams and Eric Stahl have a history. Of course, they played together in Carolina. The Sabres have been looking for some new blood to help them make some decisions and look at things in a bit of a fresh way. I don't know when they're going to be announcing this, but I've heard that Eric Stahl will be joining the organization as well.
Elliot Friedman on 32 Thoughts. Josh is taking the executive decision to make that Worst Call Wednesday.
Just the last part, just the stall part.
Okay, just the stall part?
Mostly, but I want to get the whole thing in there.
All right, I accept. We'll make that the worst call for the week. And one of the worst calls you could make is skipping your recommended cancer screenings. Learn more about potentially life-saving screening recommendations and guidelines. Visit roswellpark.org/screening. And by the way, Sal Capaccio has stepped into the studio. Thank you to Sal for being here early.
Hi.
You were just here anyway. He didn't...
I was
Unless,
here.
Did you see the bat signal, the Sal signal in the sky when Jeremy had to leave? He's like, I got him in there.
No, a couple things. So I actually had to take Max into school this morning. Normally, Yana does that. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, okay, why don't I take him in? And I have a meeting after my show anyway. Ends at noon. So I plan on coming in today. Sometimes I'm at Studio Capaccio, so I'm planning on coming in. And on the way in, a couple things happened. Number one, I heard you come on and say Jeremy had to duck out. Mm-hmm. So I said, oh, okay, well, when I get there, maybe, if Joe wants, I can step in. And then I don't know how all of you people do it, but I had to take a different route here today because of taking Max in and going, How? I mean, I always hear about, I know the big blue water tower going out, like going kind of, I guess that would be
if you're going
from Tonawanda to Cheektowaga, right?
Yeah.
That's always tough.
Yeah.
It was like coming this way, the other.
Oh.
Like where the Niagara Falls, where the thruway, where it starts, kind of right there, and going where the water tower's on your left, and coming over Main Street's on your right, Sheridan's on your right.
It curves out right and goes back.
It took me, I'm like, I would go insane if this was every day I had to do this.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is a normal occurrence for that traffic pattern that way, but it was on the GPS, it was red for 15, 20 minutes. And I'm like, man, I never get in traffic like this.
I wouldn't know because, I've never. I live one of the most spoiled traffic lives in America, I'm sure. I mean, I'm coming in at, in the 5 o'clock hour when there's nobody on the roads. And then I'm leaving after everybody's at work. So nobody's on the roads. And this isn't a bad traffic city in the first place.
No, it's a great traffic city.
Yeah, like when I'm listening to podcasts and stuff, like, I'm listening to Dan Lebitard, last week, and they're talking about Miami traffic. It's just like, dude. I don't know. I can't relate to any of this.
It is.
Any of this.
Yeah. I was down in Florida a couple weeks ago, last month. West Coast, like a little south of Sarasota. Smaller towns, not big cities. Just a nightmare. Because there's so many, what we call snowbirds, right? People who go down there for the winter months to live and have places, and it just fills up. And the lights take forever. Yeah. And the traffic is terrible. And everywhere you go is at least a 40-minute drive to go somewhere. Whereas here, if you go longer than 20 minutes, it's a long ride in Western New York.
That's right.
Right? So when you're stuck in traffic for 15 to 20 minutes here in Buffalo, it's kind of crazy.
That should almost be on the sign. Welcome to Buffalo. You can get anywhere you want in 25 minutes.
It's exactly right.
Really
I agree with that 100%.
Really should be.
Yes.
So some stuff to get to. We can catch up, reset on some of our conversations from earlier. Sal had a thought on our lawn mowing conversation from the 6 a.m. hour. And I am realizing I am very much in the minority on this. And I'm not saying I don't like mowing the lawn. I have no problem mowing the lawn. I've just never thought about it being an activity that I like or enjoy. I'm fine with it. But Jeremy likes it. Bulldog is tweeting that if you change the poll from do you like lawn mowing to love it, he still would vote yes. Sal came in. First thing he said to me, he's like, I love mowing the lawn.
Love it. I'm in a battle right now with my wife because sometimes it goes too long because our schedules, I can't mow the lawn during the day. We got, Max has baseball at night or whatever.
Yeah.
And it gets a little bit, she's like, hey, we should just really hire someone to do some landscaping this year and they can cut the lawn. I'm like, no, that is my thing. I am mowing the lawn. She's like, but if we're going to hire somebody, I'm not going to pay them to not do that part of it.
Right.
Right? Because we have other things I'm not like this green thumb. I don't plant things. I don't grow things.
Yeah.
Only thing I do out there is mow the lawn.
That's
totally fine with hiring a landscaper. Like, I have no problem with that because I am not that guy at all.
But you got the lawn.
But I want the lawn.
You get the lawn.
Don't touch the lawn. I want to do that. You know why? Usually when you mow the lawn, it's hot out or nice and warm, and you can get outside for a little while. And Joe, I put my headphones on. I either listen to music, I listen to a podcast of some sort that I want to catch up on what's going on in some NFL world, and I just get lost in my space, and I love it. And I don't ride; I push. I have a push mower.
Yeah, but have you rode before?
Yeah, but I don't have. I live in the city. We don't have a big enough yard to do the riding mower. So I just push.
Yeah, maybe I would. I like the push mower. I've got an electric one with like the batteries in it.
Okay,
and that's fine. I wonder if I would like it more if I had a riding mower.
I will say my dad, when we had the cottage up in Canada still, we had a riding mower. He would go at it with the lawn. It was every Sunday, ritual level.
Okay.
Like, bring a little mini cooler on the tractor. Like, I'm gonna be on this mower for the next 4 hours. Nobody come talk to me. I'm gonna sit here. And
it's our time to kind of just get away from the world a little bit, right?
Absolutely. And he's still, to this day, we no longer have the cottage up in Canada, but I mow the lawn at home, but we've got, we live on a corner, so we've got the backyard, and then we've got the side on this big street we live on, and then the other side, and our front lawn. I do the rest of that, but he insists I still want to do the backyard. I got to do something.
What sparked the conversation?
If you do it all,
because I mowed yesterday.
That's what that was
yes.
it. That we.
Okay.
I don't even remember if Jeremy said he did. I mowed our lawn yesterday though because I thought it was dry enough to get away with it, and it was so high.
Ooh, yeah.
The grass was because it had rained for 5 days in a row, so it had been tough to do it. That was what sparked it all.
And then as I'm mowing it, if I get mad when I get a text. So I got to go check the phone because I put the phone down somewhere. I want to have my music on. I'm like, man, I'm trying to mow the lawn. Don't text me, but you got to check it in case something's wrong.
That's you time.
That's my time. In the bullpen, AC Man says he will cut my grass for me. I don't want you to cut my grass, right. AC Man. And then Jerry says Sal does not like yard work or putting furniture together. All right. That is absolutely true. The only yard work I like is mowing the lawn. Otherwise, I don't love yard work, and I absolutely despise putting any sort of furniture together. It is one of my number one things where I'm like, I am not doing that.
The difference there would be, because if you're doing yard work, you can do the same thing. Like, you're outside, you put your headphones in, you listen to music or podcasts, but mowing the lawn, there is more of I don't have to think about anything.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like watching a game show. Just like mindless entertainment.
Except when Yana says to me, "Can you make the yard look like Yankee Stadium outfield with all the patterns?"
See, I couldn't do that.
No, I can't.
I could probably try and come close, but
she doesn't really ask that. But we've talked about it. It would be amazing.
Yeah. All right. Well, you are not in the minority at all, as I mentioned, because it's like 82% on our poll says they like mowing the lawn.
Good. Love that.
So most people are in agreement with that. 803-0550 is the phone number. Want to get some hockey first before we get back to the Bills?
And then your Eric Stahl point was interesting.
Yeah.
You really, really despise Eric Stahl. I realized that
it's the whole team,
while I was listening on the drive-in.
It's that whole team. Stahl's definitely near the top of the list for it. So I don't think it's that big a deal at all that he's going to work in the organization. But it doesn't make me feel good. And it's a team that doesn't make you feel good already. So just to add any little bit of it'd be like if, I don't know, you hated the Dolphins growing up, right?
Yeah.
Who, like Mark Clayton? What if during the drought they had hired him in the front office? How would that feel?
See, I'm totally different than you on this. Like, I just don't. At that point, it's like, okay, like
you're over it.
You're over it. They're part of you now. Like, I think there's a great example of this with Brandon Spikes.
Brandon Spikes.
Ryan Fitzpatrick
Bill's
called
linebacker?
Brandon Spikes a punk.
Okay.
After a game.
Okay. When Spikes was in New England?
Yes.
Okay.
He called him a punk after a game. like said it on publicly, like after the game in an interview or press conference or whatever.
Yeah.
And like 2 years later, he's his teammate. Or I think they played together, actually, if the timeline is right. And like Brandon Spikes comes to Buffalo, and you're like, yeah, that's our guy. After the quarterback, who's beloved here, called him a punk because he hit him late or something like that, right? Brian Cox, of course, we all know, the number one villain. His son plays for the Bills.
Right.
And you're like, yeah, we'll accept you into our family now. Like, even though it's your dad, yeah, we'll all, come together. It's all good. That does not bother me at all.
What if Brian Cox, though, had worked for the Bills? Would that be different?
It would have been okay. I mean, he would have been
You're sure?
I think so.
Like 2004, they hire Brian Cox to be like the assistant general manager.
Yeah, I think then you're like, you know what? To me, Joe, it's like that person decided we were better than what they had. Yeah. Like, I'm not liking it. I'm looking at more from a perspective of, yeah, that's right. You left that team to come to us. Yeah.
That's probably a much more well-tempered way to treat this whole situation is to not worry about, especially when it's like a do-nothing job, I'm sure. He's not going to be the GM.
I mean, I can't think of, like, I hated the Red Sox growing up. And then Wade Boggs played for the Yankees and won a World Series.
I bet there are rivalries. Sabres-Hurricanes, I'm sure, does not graduate to this for most people. But there are definitely rivalries where it would be unacceptable, right? Like, there are better versions than this. I remember just seeing Penguins fans on Twitter to this day being mad that they let Ron Hextall be the GM. Because they hated the Flyers and they hated Ron Hextall, and he was a very hated player, even though he was a goalie. So, like, there would be lines you wouldn't cross. Like, Derek Jeter would never work for the Red Sox. I'm sure of it.
You don't think so?
And if he did, I'm sure Red Sox fans would hate it. Don't you think?
I think Jeter's a tough one.
Because
I think Jeter has a lot of respect, right? Like, Jeter's a tough one.
Okay, so like,
you know what I mean? Like
A-Rod.
Yeah, you're right.
They wouldn't want A-Rod. Is there a Red Sox you would never want running the Yankees?
Running the Yankees, Red Sox.
Like you would have a tough time getting over that guy is working for me.
No. I'd be like, all right, come join us. Make us better.
Like Jason Varitek.
He'd be kind of up on the list if there were guys like that, but that's not one of them.
All right.
You know, like I mean, how do you not like even afterwards? Okay, Pedro would be one. Like
Pedro,
right?
Yeah.
But I actually, after Pedro kind of retired, you're like, yeah, he was great.
Yeah.
But he's pushing down Don Zimmer in the fight and all that. Like, if he comes to the Yankees 2 years later, you're like, come on now, what are we doing, right?
Right. But if a decade has passed, or at this rate, I mean, it's been 18 years since that Sabres-Hurricane series. And he also did play for the team. He did play for the team. I hated that he did. I hate that jersey exists, but he did play for the team. So it's already kind of happened. All right, 803-0550 is the phone number. We'll get to some Bills here. If you got a thought on this discussion, like, is there a guy you would never want working for your organization? You can get on that, too, if you want. Mike in Pennsylvania. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. How are you this morning?
Good, thanks.
Good.
Hey, Joe, I'm jealous of you, man, for not being able to sit in traffic ever in your life. That seems like that's all I do, living outside of Philadelphia. And I'll tell you what.
Oh, it's tough.
I tell you what, there's an underrated traffic city. I didn't realize this till about a month ago, and that's Atlanta. Sal, you ever been down there and been in their flow of traffic?
My parents lived in Marietta for about a couple of years, and I've been down.
My wife has gone down there for work, and I think she's talked about there's like a circle around maybe the airport. Like there's a highway where you could actually like go around, like by accident. Like it's kind of confusing almost.
It's nuts. 10 lanes, and the airport, that's on another level too. But just a different world down there. But my question to you, Sal, is, I mean, the one thing I thought going into the offseason is we needed to build the defensive front and the defense in general, and it looks like we've done that with the defensive line. I last year had a lot of promise in Dwayne Carter elevating his game and being a bright spot down the road on the defense. But now with all these pieces, where do you see a Dwayne Carter fitting in with us?
Well, I think Dwayne Carter is a regular rotational piece. He's one of your top four guys. I have a hard time not seeing that. He was a third-round pick, right? Third round pick of a year ago. Because of Ogunjobi's suspension, he really goes into this year before the draft as one of your top three guys, Oliver Jones-Carter, and you could argue maybe even top three after Ogunjobi. But then you draft Sanders, you draft Walker. Yeah, I just don't see anybody kind of coming in over the top of him. I think Dwayne Carter is, in fact, Brandon Beane said during the draft, now this is before they actually drafted Deion Walker, he said right now we see Dwayne Carter as maybe the backup one technique.
Right.
They believe in him being able to do a lot of things. So I think Dwayne Carter, who, by the way, won the softball home run derby championship on Sunday at the Micah Hyde charity softball game, I have no question about, if your question is like, where does Dwayne Carter fit on the roster?
Yeah.
My answer is as the number 3 or 4 at worst defensive tackle at this point.
That, I think, is fair for him to be penciled in right now. Is it not? Well, I mean, a lot would have to happen for this, where he could get buried down the depth chart a little bit if a lot of other things really go well. Like, they brought in Ogunjobi for a reason. He's a veteran, and he's played well in the past. And then it comes down to, like, what are you getting out of Deion Walker? You could get anything, right? You could get him showing up and being a stud because he's huge and maybe he's healthy from the back injury, or you could get him not playing at all this year. And I don't think that would even be surprising. So there's a couple other wild cards at that position that I think could impact him. How much do you get from those two, especially? Yeah. Ogunjobi, who will miss 6 weeks. That's the other thing, though, is like Ogunjobi's going to miss 6 weeks. I think Carter's got a real opportunity in the first part of the year. If he just comes out and looks good, Ogunjobi comes back off suspension, like they're going to keep Carter as a part of the regular rotation. But if he doesn't, like if he has a tough start to the year and now Ogunjobi comes back healthy, like that could be a tough sign for Carter. But I'm not thinking like he's in trouble going into the year.
I will tell you, I think last year what happened was, this is a lot like your Kincaid discussion with Joe earlier, right? Like where fans are on these guys. In a different way, the same thing with Carter, because remember, Carter gets hurt. He was starting to show some flashes.
The Houston game, he had a big sack.
And then he gets hurt, the wrist injury, like 10 wrist injuries last year.
Right.
And he comes back, and he never got back on the field, really. He was a healthy scratch, really, at the end of the year. And I will tell you, just from kind of putting pieces together, talking to people, I think a big reason was that wrist injury just really impacted his type of game. He's the kind of guy that he's got to get his hands on you. He's got to be able to move you around. He's not, he's a defensive tackle, and he's a little bit undersized for a one technique. You want to play 3 and penetrate. That's fine. But that injury, I think, really kind of took its toll on him after he came back, Joe, and I think that's a big reason why. It's not like Keon Coleman saying he wasn't the same player, he wasn't physical enough, and all these things we talk about. I think just the nature of that injury to his position really hurt him.
Yeah. We talked a little earlier with Joe about last year's draft class and how much impact you could expect from it this year, which is very up in the air, right? Like, Coleman and Bishop are going to get opportunities to play. We just talked about Carter. And Ray Davis's role, I think. Yeah. So, and then you got a lot of draft picks after that where, like, I don't know, like it's kind of a dart throw right now if any of them turn into anything. Joe likes Tylen Grable. Some people have like Van Pran Granger.
Well, I mean,
I don't
Tylen
think those
Grable,
guys.
he won the swing tackle job last year.
Right.
He beat out Ryan Vandermark.
Right.
And then he got hurt. And then when he came back, he went back into that role. Like, they like him. They like him a lot.
He kind of won the job twice.
He did.
So
that's right.
You're right. Maybe you've got a couple good depth players, Solomon at the bottom there. And we'll see. You guys go from year 1 to year 2 and take steps forward all the time.
Yep.
So let's go to Rob in Connecticut next. What's up, Rob? You're on with Joe and Sal.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Sal. It's always great catching up with you guys. You guys are bringing back memories about cutting the grass. I'll try to make a long story short. When I was 13 years old, my dad taught me how to cut the grass. And when I started cutting our own grass, people would notice. And I started making money that way in the neighborhood. And, I got so good at it. It was like standing back and looking at the lines in the grass and making sure everything looked perfect. And then eventually later on, I loved cutting my own grass. And then I got a job working on a golf course, cutting the fringes and cutting the tees and, just putting those earbuds in and being out on the golf course all day from like 6 a.m. till 2. And then after I was done, I would go to my car, grab my clubs, put my shoes on, and go out and play golf for free. It was the greatest. But cutting grass, I miss it. Obviously everybody out there knows Rob from Connecticut's blind, so he can't, do those things anymore. But you guys brought back a lot of memories. And, cutting grass is very relaxing. And making those perfect lines was on. Even edging and weed whacking, it was great. It was a great feeling. Keep doing what you guys are doing. I love listening to you. Can't wait till the season starts. And also, as far as hockey, I'm rooting huge for Winnipeg. That was one of the greatest games that I got to listen to the other night. All right, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob, for the call. Winnipeg's a popular answer, I think, right now for who people are rooting for.
Oilers for me. Was happy they won last night. Went to bed. I went to bed when they were up. They were down 2-1 at the end of one.
Yeah.
Got up this morning. I looked. I did not expect them to win. They won 4-2.
And they're down 2-0.
I mean, it's clear. I think you guys talked a while ago, you and Jeremy, about is Josh like the next person who needs to win a championship or something? Yeah. It's McDavid, really, over Josh even, isn't it? In sports? It might be Josh now because he won the MVP. But man, McDavid is the best in the world.
I think you can make a good argument for either one of them. But McDavid being the reason why I would maybe pull Allen even with McDavid is even though McDavid is different from Josh in that he is definitively the best in the world. Like he is the best. You could argue Allen's won MVP.
Yes.
But you would put other guys on his level. McDavid, it's tough to put anybody up there with him.
Agreed.
But it's more of a team sport.
And he also came in the league 2 years in his league before Josh came into his league. 3 years.
But it is a lot easier for a quarterback to lift his entire team up in ways that I don't think a center in hockey can. You know what I mean? Like you got to have more things working for you.
And when you win in football as a quarterback, it is that like that's the prestigious, like that's the guy, right?
Yeah.
In hockey, you get it. The Mark Messiers of the world, that happens to Wayne Gretzky's, but it's like not regarded like that. You're right. Because they're not going on the ice and asking Connor McDavid, "What are you doing?" I'm going to Disney World, right? That's what they do for the quarterback who wins in football, if that makes sense.
Sure.
But that's part of the reason. The other part of the reason is, as you know, Zach Hyman. He's a big Bills fan. Got to know Zach and his family over the years. Zach Hyman, him and his family own is it the Brantford Bulldogs? I think their name is
is it OHL?
They own the Brantford team. Like that, he's the owner of the team. You know the coach is
who?
Jay McKee.
Okay, right. That's right. Yeah.
So that'd be cool. I just think that's a cool tie-in.
I agree. Yeah. That question for me, there's three guys on the top tier. Like who's got to win next? It's Allen, it's Lamar Jackson, and it's McDavid. And maybe I'm leaving somebody out, but those three would all be like on the same tier for me. 803-0550 is the phone number. I've had a thought on the NBA playoffs to get to. Maybe save that for Extendo Sports because I've been teasing this turnover stat that I looked up on the Bills and get to that as well. Sal's in for Jeremy through the rest of the show. Extra Point Show, too, coming up at 10 o'clock. So
and we're going to have Adam Crowley of Pittsburgh, morning radio host, to talk about this big trade.
Okay.
He's going to join me today.
We should talk about the Steelers, too, because I think they're in such a weird place right now with quarterback and the whole roster and everything. So that's all coming up. Stay tuned. This is WGR.
Video games. Are you aware of the lawn mowing simulator game?
Yes, but I can't. I don't believe anyone's ever purchased that.
It's got 3.75 stars at the PlayStation Store. The lawnmower video game. Now I've never done that.
The lawnmower simulator game.
You know what? Let me take a look at it.
There's a goat simulator too. I think.
Let me watch the trailer here.
The trailer.
I have this game actually.
Lawn mowing simulator.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yes. And
you have it?
Is it great?
Oh, it's great. Yeah, it's a little clunky sometimes, but once you get the hang of it, it's pretty good.
How often do you play it?
Every once in a while, in the wintertime usually.
See, he wants to scratch
the winter time.
Do you now? Let me ask you this: is it where you kind of like level up and you get to outfit your mower with better things? Oh man, maybe I do.
The more lawns you do, the more money you make, and the better mowers you can buy.
You know what? This game is $20. I think I might have found why I didn't.
$20.
It's why I didn't spend the $30 on the bigger mower. Now I can get the game for the same price, and I can do more mowing.
Right. You saved $30 on the real mower, so you could buy the lawnmower simulator game.
I mean, look at this. I'm watching the trailer. You can mow the grounds at a castle. Who doesn't want to do this?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Some of the reviews are funny. Who cares about shooters, RPGs? We've transcended. We're mowing lawns now. All right, we'll put that Twitter poll up and put the poll up in the chat. Do you like to mow the lawn?
Uh-huh.
It's going to win yes, right?
I can't believe that more people are saying yes than no. At the moment, it's 70% yes and 30% no.
75-25. I would expect it to win. Yeah. I'm trying to think of. I learned to mow the lawn maybe when I was 10. I've told this story on the air before. My mom made me wear goggles. like
goggles.
Yeah, because she's afraid that this is the kind of
the
mom.
grass was going to shoot up in your eyes?
No, like a stone or a wood chip or a mulch was going to fly out of the mower and hit me in the eyes. She made me wear goggles.
It's a good idea. I've had a stone hit me in the face many times.
She worried about those kind of things, and she was always very much on those. So, yeah, since I've been 10, and back when I was a kid, we had a decent-sized lawn to mow. That would take me an hour and 20 minutes, just not on a rider, just walking and pushing the whole thing. We had a good-sized lawn.
Yeah.
So as soon as she taught me how to do that, like, I probably didn't like it when I was 10, but it didn't take long to enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
I called her on Kincaid earlier. There's a picture going around of him from Bill's phase 1 of workouts, and people are kind of just, whether they're extracting from the picture that he's got knee braces or wraps, or the extracting that he looks thin. I mentioned this in the first hour. Good morning, by the way, Jeremy and Joe, if you're just joining us. That the thing I learned from the picture was not a takeaway. I'm not sitting here looking at this picture thinking, clearly I can see his play strength or anything like that. The takeaway is that Kincaid is under the microscope as much as anybody on this team right now. Yeah. That's what I got.
Yeah.
The two players that are maybe the most, let's see what they've got, are Kincaid and Coleman.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what Bean is leaning on when he's bullish on his pass catchers group. Is his last two top picks of the draft before this last one were pass catchers for Josh Allen to try and invest in the position and see if they can get something out of him. So for Kincaid, there's a little bit of what do they want him to be. You want him to be bigger and stronger and have play strength and be more of a, would that mean sacrificing smoothness? Would that mean sacrificing speed? Would that mean giving up a little bit of the pass catching for a little bit more play strength? I don't know that it has to be that.
Does he look like to you that he has any of that?
Play strength? Or
speed and fluidity maybe is one thing that he's got. He had, until last year, unbelievable hands. College and then his rookie season, it felt like any ball that was near him, he was going to come down with.
He's supposed to be the best pass catcher in the draft, and his first year was incredibly efficient. He caught everything.
Yep, so that could have just been an off year for him, because last year with the drops and, I mean, even that play at the end, which is less of a drop, but, you know, that doesn't line up with the rest of his career, including college.
Yeah.
So I might expect that will bounce back, but I also don't know. I don't know what does it look like if he does take that monster step forward. Like, okay, he becomes one of the great tight ends in football.
How are you positioning as the Pittsburgh Steelers to get a quarterback? Beyond Aaron Rodgers, beyond Mason Rudolph, how are you positioning? The waffling has happened because you've had good enough play to always be picking 20th or lower tier, and you can't get these guys. Make no moves up in the draft. I thought Shedeur Sanders would be the pick because of a young quarterback, and maybe you hang your hat on him progressing and becoming the franchise guy. Then that was gone. You look at the Pittsburgh Steelers and how they've been waffling, and I, for the life of me, can't understand what the quarterback situation future looks like.
That is Marcus Spears on the Pittsburgh Steelers, who today traded George Pickens to Dallas for a third-round pick and then a pick swap later. By the way, that Eric Stahl report from Friedman earlier, that has now been made official by the Sabres. He is going to be special assistant to the general manager. Very Dwight Schrute-esque title. Assistant to the general manager, not assistant general manager.
I mean, you know what's going to happen, right? And maybe you're in this boat. Maybe, oh my God, what are they doing? Does this really matter in any respect?
No,
it doesn't. It doesn't. It's just somebody who they're hiring who wants to be a general manager, wants to work, and he has a relationship with this particular general manager, so he's in the organization. I don't think there's anything to be super wowed about, of course. I don't think there's anything super upset about, to be quite honest with you here.
No, you're right. You're right.
I mean, other than the fact that he played for the team you hated.
I want to be emotional about something involving them.
Yes, I get that part of it.
No, and that's not to say it's fake.
No, that's right. From the hockey side for the Sabres, I don't think there's anything to be upset. But from you and your emotional fandom of the team, I understand that.
It's just like the only emotion I have is the nostalgic emotion.
Mm-hmm.
So I think about the 06 Hurricanes, or, I very much enjoy looking at Tim Connolly breaking Daniel Alfredsson's ankles from Game 1 18 years ago. That was the anniversary yesterday, which means today would be the anniversary of Game 2, Sabres and Senators, which I got to admit, I don't know that I remember anything about that game.
07 or 06?
06.
06?
They win in 5. What is Game 2? They must win it because they get up 3-0 in the series.
I'm going to look at it right now.
Why don't I remember what Game 2 is? Game 3 is Dumont in overtime.
Game 1 was
ball or puck.
Game 1 was on the 5th. Game 2 was on the 8th.
Oh, so okay, it's not even the anniversary.
No, tomorrow would be Game 2.
What happened in Game 2? They won?
They
won for sure.
Yes. You don't remember?
No.
In Ottawa, they win 2-1. In let's see, they were up 2-0.
Okay.
Dumont and Hecht, and then Chris Phillips scores.
Okay.
All goals in the second period, nothing after that.
Right.
Kind of a nondescript game.
Sounds like an uneventful game.
Yeah, you're right.
That's why I don't remember anything about it. Anyways, so Marcus Spears there on the Steelers a little bit. Let's talk about the Steelers for a minute, because they trade Pickens. I actually kind of feel like they did well in the deal. Getting a third-round pick for a guy that is pretty good, but he is not a true number one receiver in the NFL. And the team acquiring him has to pay him, because he's got 1 year left on his deal.
But apparently that's not going to happen right now.
Right.
So
Which is why I feel like they did well, because Dallas is paying a third for potentially only 1 year of George Pickens.
If he does really well, they could franchise tag him. That's a lot of money for a receiver.
Right.
They could still negotiate with him, no doubt. But apparently, from what I've read this morning, the Cowboys and Pickens are not going to move forward with a contract right now.
Right.
So he'll play on the last year of his deal.
So I think they did well in the trade. But, like Matt Miller tweeted this out from ESPN, this is the worst roster Mike Tomlin's ever had in Pittsburgh. And
it's
I think
interesting.
He's probably right. This is going to be the ultimate test of, is that team is going to automatically win 9 games every year. Because the roster is not what it's always been. And, more importantly than anything, Mason Rudolph is really going to be their quarterback? Or are you buying that they will sign Rodgers?
So on the way in here, you know what I actually did? Because I wanted to get somebody from Pittsburgh on.
Yeah.
I checked in on our stream. Hey, we're on YouTube, by the way. Hi, Bullpen. You know what else? The Fan in Pittsburgh, they do the same thing. I went to their stream, and I watched Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson, and they talked about this very thing. And the tweet from Matt Miller said, worst Steelers roster in Mike Tomlin's era. Crowley said that's not true. 2019 was not a great roster, and he went back to some of the guys he was throwing to and who they had in the roster. Either way, the point is, what I thought was really fascinating was, and I'll have Adam Crowley on 11 a.m. on the Extra Point Show. Adam Crowley said, okay, so what's going to happen here is people are going to see something like that, and they're going to wind up maybe getting Rodgers. They're still going to win some games, and oh my God, Tomlin's amazing. Look what he did with this terrible roster. And it's going to kind of be that cycle again.
I wonder what his Coach of the Year odds would be with all that being said. Like, Tomlin getting this team to the playoffs would be like seen as like his greatest accomplishment, other than winning a Super Bowl, his greatest accomplishment.
I still think Rodgers is their quarterback, right?
I don't know how to predict him at all. I mean, the problem is he doesn't really have anywhere else to turn right now. Everyone's got their quarterback room. I believe all the reporting that indicates he wanted Minnesota. Minnesota is ready-made for him. They got the best receiver in football and a great coach, and they improved their defense a lot this offseason too. I can understand why he'd want to go there, but they don't want him. So what are you going to do? He could go to Cleveland and join that 6-way quarterback competition if he wants. But it's Pittsburgh or retirement, and I don't know how to predict him. Is the Steelers' lack of doing anything else at quarterback an indication that they believe Rodgers is going to sign? Because they didn't.
I think it has to be, right?
They didn't pick Shedeur
or at least
Sanders.
they know he, like you said, they know he can't do anything else.
Right.
It's either like, hey, you want to come here, but if you want to come here, that's fine. We can sign you, but we're gonna go forward with what we have. Can you name right now how many Steelers wide receivers can you name right now on their current roster?
Oh, man. I mean, Metcalf.
Yes.
I know one other only because I saw a list they put up earlier in ESPN that Robert Woods is on the Steelers.
He might be he's their number 3, I think. Calvin Austin III is their number 2. Maybe Robert Woods is their number 2. Their top 3 receivers
Calvin Austin III.
are DK Metcalf, clearly number 1. Calvin Austin III, Robert Woods, and then you have Roman Wilson, Scotty Miller, Ben Skronik, Brandon Johnson, and Lance McCutcheon. That is their wide receiver room.
There is nothing there after Metcalf.
Would you trade the Bills wide receiver room for that wide receiver room?
No, I would not. No. All the wide receiver talking last week, I like the Bills receiver room. I don't think they have a true number 1, but whatever. I think they're 1 through 5, I like their room. And I would say the Steelers have a better number 1 than the Bills do, and I think number 2 through 5 are all advantage Bills.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So, yeah, I would take the Bills room. And I would also expect, who's still out there? Amari Cooper is still out there. Keenan Allen is still out there. Aren't they definitely going to sign like one of those two guys?
So Doran Dickerson on The Fan in Pittsburgh this morning said he believes they're going to make a trade for a wide receiver. The guy that they keep bringing up in Pittsburgh is DJ Moore, because apparently the Cowboys were trying to trade for DJ Moore.
What are they doing? They traded for Metcalf already. They had
I don't know.
Pickens.
That's who Doran Dickerson said that they would be. He thought that they could possibly be targeting.
Well, good luck with that, because the Bears have a young quarterback. They're not going to want to take away his number 1 receiver.
Right.
Ben Johnson's probably not. I can't speak for Ben Johnson, what he likes in his offense.
They went out and got, what did they do? They have a Dunze.
They drafted Luther Burden.
And they drafted the tight end, Colson Loveland. Right? They drafted him.
Yeah.
So they got some pass catchers. Who knows? It's a new regime, right? Head coach wise, at least. But I agree with you. Like I think, why would they do that? But that's the name that they kept popping up. And also, by the way, the Steelers, Pittsburgh is hosting the draft next year, okay?
Right.
The 2026 draft. And if you look at what they've done, they have loaded up draft picks for next year. It's in a weird way, it feels like they're almost playing for the draft next year than they are for the season.
Are they tanking?
I'm not going to go that far.
Not going to go to tanking, but
I'm not going to tank because they did go out and get DK.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to say that, but it almost feels like they're very, very aware of, we have the draft.
Yeah.
Let's make this an event for us having the draft and all these draft picks.
Well, I said this earlier. I think what is coming for them eventually.
Oh, wow. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Is this true? The Jacksonville Jaguars have released wide receiver Gabe Davis.
Woo!
This is from Adam Schefter, his verified account. Thank you. Friend of the program, Gary. I know Gary. Gary texted me. Thank you, Gary. I was not looking at my feed here. Now I see it. The Jaguars have released wide receiver Gabe Davis.
Okay. Well, two things I immediately think of. One, we talked about him last week a little bit. I'm going to be interested to see how they managed that, because that was a big dead cap number for him. It was only 1 year after signing.
Mm-hmm.
And two, is he going to be the next name on our list that we went through a couple weeks ago of 2-stint Bills? I don't really see a need for him in the room right now. They signed Elijah Moore. I think they're good on veteran receivers.
When you went through your list and said, here are the guys that were 2-stint Bills, and you said, who's the next? I texted you and said, I think maybe Gabe Davis. Because I didn't think this year, though. I thought maybe a year away. To me, it was Harrison Phillips and Gabe Davis were the top two guys that I thought of. The two guys that I could see playing another year or two and then coming back to Buffalo. As it stands right now, as this roster's constructed, I don't know if Gabe Davis fits in. And I will tell you this, though, okay? Yes, bullpen. Sorry, people. AC man, Sal just found out. LOL. Yes, I wasn't watching that. I was doing a radio show, but yes, we have it now. So I will tell you that, when Gabe left, because I had conversations with Gabe, and he said, I'd love to come back someday if that works out. Like, I love Buffalo.
Yeah.
And that'd be great to come back to Buffalo someday. It wasn't like, oh my God, I'm, spearheading that way anytime soon. But when Gabe left, it wasn't because Gabe Davis didn't want to be in Buffalo. I'll tell you that. It was because he got a nice offer and the Bills were moving on and weren't going to pay him that money.
And
right?
it happened to be near home for him.
Right. And he told me, that he said to the Bills, he said to Brandon Beane, hey man, you know what? When you got some money, you got an opening, you let me know if I'm. Yeah. We'll see what we can do.
But
I just don't know if that fits now
because he's going to want to play.
Right.
And
That's right.
I don't know where he plays. Like, I'm not saying the Bills are. We just went through it. Like, they don't have a true number one. Like, there would be room for someone to come in over top. But Gabe Davis is going to do what for them now that they've signed Elijah Moore? You just ask him to come compete with Elijah Moore for the 5th spot on the depth chart. But now I'm throwing 2 times the guaranteed money, probably at that last 5th receiver spot that. We talked about for the draft, and they didn't do it, and they signed more. So I don't really know how it fits. I think I'm a no, personally. I think that, 1, I don't know that I'd really want to do it, and 2, I feel like for him, even though he might want to come back to the Bills someday, that he could probably find another team there would be a more clear path to playing.
Okay, let me ask you this. As we go to break, chew on this. Sorry, Josh. He said in our ear we have to go to break. Who is better on this roster? Gabe Davis or Curtis Samuel?
I would say Curtis Samuel.
Because
Curtis Samuel has a skill set that I would rather have for this team right now.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that part of it.
Even though there's the injury risk.
But I think because of what you didn't see from him last year, there's a conversation to be had there if you want to talk about how he would fit in.
Yeah.
Is he better than Curtis Samuel? Would you rather have him? And I don't know if it's an either or because they paid Curtis Samuel some money.
Right.
You're not just moving on.
They'd have to kiss some money goodbye by doing that.
I'm just talking about the roster construction.
But the question is good based on who would you rather have in your offense this year?
Sorry, Josh.
803-0550 is the phone number. We can squeak a call in maybe very quickly on that if you want an extendo. But we'll come back and wrap things up and then get you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show with Sal. That's coming up here on WGR. So, I would love to say they could go trade 9 for, some established veteran player. I remember when Corey Schneider got traded for the 8th or 9th pick. But
wouldn't they have to trade it for, put it this way, this is kind of a good way to ask it. Jason Zucker on defense. Should they trade the 9th pick for Jason Zucker on defense? Include the age. 33.
33?
I'll say yes. Sure. Why not? Because the Sabres have been for a long time allergic to older players, and every single time a player would come up, it'd be, maybe that guy's a little too old for us. And he'd be 26.
And meanwhile, they've been the youngest team in the league
forever.
Single year.
And Greenway and Zucker show up. How about the 9th pick for Zucker on defense?
Yeah.
If that's out there, a team that thinks, this guy's a little older, we could use to get a little younger.
Yeah, it's hard to say no, especially when, I don't know, does it feel like their number one need on their roster that they're going to go after this offseason is a veteran defenseman to play with Owen Power?
There it is. We'll give you the 9th pick.
And boom, there's your power partner.
There it is. Jason Ducker,
a
defenseman named Zucker.
Can I be nitpicky and make sure he's not on a 1-year contract? Does that even matter?
And
how about he's on a 3-year deal.
How about
at 33?
Sure, you're right. You don't want a rental on the 9th overall.
That's
how about 2 years? He's under contract for 2 years, and if it goes well, you can work on keeping him.
And he's good.
He's Zucker. He's everything.
And Zucker's good.
Everything
right?
Zucker brought to the team on at forward on defense. 9th overall pick.
Yeah, I'm in. Of course I'm in.
They would be accused of overpaying for sure.
Whatever. Sometimes I feel like they of a role there. Think about what he does, too. He runs a lot of routes down the field. They have Brian Thomas Jr., they have Travis Hunter, and they signed De'Ami Brown in free agency. So,
yeah, complete overhaul what they're doing there.
Complete overhaul. You brought this up in the break, and I think this is the favorite right now is Davis and Pittsburgh, because that, as of right now, that's the most open wide receiver room in the league. So it'll be tough to compete with a team like that could give him maybe even a starting job out of the gates. But we'll see. I don't know what he thinks of Pittsburgh or what he would think about playing for a team where Mason Rudolph is the quarterback.
If I remember correctly, when everything was happening, that the Steelers were one of the teams that I had heard. I know the Bears were interested when he was a free agent.
Yeah.
And I think the Steelers were also a little bit in on him.
Yeah.
The Bears were I think the Bears were like really heavily, and then I think I heard the Steelers had poked around.
Gotcha. All right. Playoffs tonight. Leafs and Panthers. No suspension for Sam Bennett. I have not seen Anthony Stolar's status. I can't imagine he plays, though. Right? Like, I can't imagine he plays after throwing up on the bench like that and then going to the hospital. But we'll see. They haven't ruled him out as of 9 hours ago. And then NBA side of things. The NBA playoffs have been wild. Road teams are 5-0 in the second round. Tonight, on that side, you've got Knicks and Celtics. There you go. Knicks and Celtics, and the Nuggets and Thunder. Both good series. All right, stay tuned. Sal's got a Pittsburgh guest coming up.
Yeah, Adam Crowley, morning show host on The Fan in Pittsburgh.
All right.
Plus, Jeremy Kelly, who's grew up here playing football in Western New York, was a star in Western New York football, worked for the Bills organization for a while. Now he's down in Carolina. He's bringing his football camp here to Buffalo. I saw him last night, but he's got a good football camp coming for kids, a lot of opportunity for kids. But we're going to catch up about football and promote the camp a little bit.
Awesome. Stay tuned for that. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is on the way next. Before we go, Mother's Day is coming up. And be sure to get the ultimate pass to relaxation, renewal, and pure self-care bliss for Mother's Day with our Odyssey Self-Care Passport. 13 incredible experiences at select spas, gyms, and wellness centers that is valued at over $1,400. You can get it for over 70% savings at $375. Visit getmyperks.com to get yours while supplies last. And I'll talk to you tomorrow. Stay tuned for the Extra Point Show coming up next.